know it's early, but get the bits flying through the internet. I just can't even fathom the fact that all this stuff works. All right, that has started. Let me grab this.
Just kind of the stuff in general. Surprised that it works, or
Well, I'm streaming at 8 megabits per second.
yeah,
That is a lot of the bits. Like, and then I'm doing 2 of those. So I'm having one stream go to YouTube, and I'm having one stream going to Rumble. So that, I mean, the amount of data that is, the amount of ones and zeros that is just, it's hard to fathom.
yep.
And we may or may not see a Tyrone join us.
Oh, interesting.
I've been trying to get him to come into the stream, bestow upon us his knowledge.
Yeah.
And I spoke to the Blue Lightning yesterday. Last night, I mean, we were talking until like 2:30 in the morning, which is why I'm I'm sort of out of it today. But yeah, I learned that he's a developer for Google and highly competent. And yeah, so
Yep.
we were talking about the mini dimension system and like the shenanigans. He said it's a pretty low level system. It goes all the way down into the base renderer for the game, and so it's not like a feature that you can tack on and just get to work. It's actually much deeper than that. But he also said it's kind of a janky system and it's kind of barely working. And so we were going back and forth on what the best way to handle, the preview blocks and stuff. And I don't know. I'm still on the fence. He said you can use the mini dimension system, certainly. But yeah, that system is going to be kind of nasty to get into. Because it's going to be like a multi-block system. And yeah, anyway. Progress on this mod, I have added some base stuff to help debug problems. Let me just spin it up here and show everybody. I mean, it's minor things, really. But before we get into the network side of things and talking about how we can handle this, so you can see on the top of my screen, right? Very top of my screen shows the network ID, which we haven't implemented yet, so that's why it's all zeros. But it also shows the letter of the sides that it runs into, right? So you have an insert side here on the south. That's the south. And then the east-west are just regular connections, pipe connections. So I can take something like this, right? So this is east-west, and this is just west. And I can clear this, and you can see it changes those, right? So the override shows that east is overridden, and the pipe connection is only on the west side now, way over here. So I can right-click that again, and it pops it back. So while that might be a small feature, you might look at that and go, well, that's not much. It's like, there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of processing that I have to go through that and to get all those letters there. And I can obviously, if there's nothing there, then I could probably eliminate the lines. But for debugging reasons, I'm going to keep it as is. And then once the feature is done, I can hide that depending on the client config, because there's a client config setting called show debug entity info, and that you can use that to further debug stuff. But for now, let's talk about pipe networks and the pros and cons of each, and why it's been a problem on my mind for a while. Because for one, the pipes mod that I'm sort of using as inspiration, the pipes mod doesn't have, or doesn't, I could not find a reference to a network object, right? So the pipes themselves are individual things, and they, every extraction node has its own set of things that it manages. Now, the pros and cons of a pipe network is a single point of information for grabbing and maintaining the network, right? How do you split a network? When anytime you would interact with a pipe, here's the problem, right? Let's say you have a normal pipe network, and you have 50 pipes going to various machines and chests and things. And all of those pipes were on one network. Now, anytime you change a block, anytime you change a pipe, the whole network would have to be rebuilt, right? If there's an extraction node or an insert node, more specifically, an insert node that was removed, then all of the extraction nodes would have to be updated, right? And the problem with that is that could be pretty extreme. And if you had a network behind that, you would still have to sort of inform everything, but there would be a way to do it a little easier, right? I could inform all of the block entities of a pipe network, hey, remove this node, right? Remove this insert node. And it would just go through without having to rebuild anything. It would just remove them. And that would be a better way of managing the network, is one little change wouldn't make you rebuild the whole thing. You could just remove the item, because the block entity of the pipe here has the push connection list in it. So this could just be informed, hey, this connection is gone, remove it from your list. And you just do that for all of the block positions of a network. Which is it's a fast way of managing connections. Or, and this is a big or, you would store those connections in the network itself. And the network will have all the block positions associated with it, right? But I'm trying to minimize the amount of data in memory for that. So block positions would be like 16 bytes or so per block position. So having all the connections for each pipe position is just a fast way of the extraction node like accessing the list, because it's a distance-based list, the pipe connection. There is a distance in here. So when generating that list, you would calculate the distance once, and then it would not change for the remainder of time. I got too many things open here. Okay. But the con of the network is it's just more to manage. It's just more things that can be scrambled in memory, which could be a problem. Hey, Tyrone, welcome, sir, to the stream. we're discussing the pros and cons of introducing a pipe network. Well, one issue that I ran into that was super frustrating when working on the pipes was the interaction on the block side. Where is it? On interact start. This function is not just called once. This function is called many, many times on an interact for some reason. And yeah, I know it's called like once on the client and once on the server, but it was actually being called many, many times. So I had to put basically a bouncer in here, a Boolean bouncer that would only ever allow it to fire once, because it's an interact where you change a pipe node, and this function was being called several times, and so the node was swapping back and forth. You know, you'd right click it, instead of going insertion extraction, it would go insert extract insert extract, and so it would flicker like that, and so I had to bring in the stop and the cancel, which, by the way, only runs on the client. This one here. This only ever runs on the client. So I had to reset that Boolean back down here rather than just have this run once. So I ran into that, and I mean that was a few days of trying to debug that. So yeah, for some reason, this is run many, many times, especially when I'm trying to debug. If I have a breakpoint in here and I'm debugging, it's like the game when I'm debugging it. It doesn't. I don't know. Something weird happens when I'm debugging, and I can't really put a breakpoint in here because then it would just constantly call, right? Because it catches it when I right click it, it catches it, and then it doesn't let it go, right? That state of right clicking doesn't go away, and so the function is called many, 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 many times. It's just infinitely called. I know there's a weird thing with mice and that kind of stuff, but the fact this isn't just triggered once and done, and then the step is then called many, many times. I don't know. I tried to follow the tree up, like what is actually calling this and where is it calling it, and it looks like it's being called in like a really high level like game tick thing, and so it's not tracking itself whether it's a first event. So having a Boolean in here setting whether it's a first event, right? I don't care if it's called 5,000 times. I don't care as long as I can just get the first, like, I want to be able to get that first time that it's called, and then not worry about it after that, you know, for things that I just need to do once. Because I've noticed in I think the fruit press has some sort of janky way of resetting that variable, which I didn't want to do because it caused the way that you solved it with a fruit press was you subscribed the fruit press to an event, which was the interaction event. So yeah, the interaction event for the fruit press you have a right mouse down Boolean, right? And then in the on interact start, you actually pass in that Boolean into the block entity, right? First event. And then you set that to true. And I was like, where does he set this back to false? If this is the first event, right? How does he set that back? Well, you subscribe to a event On the client side, you subscribe to in-world action. So this event is being called constantly. If you have a fruit press in your world, the fruit press is getting this event, ad nauseum. And while that's probably fine for a fruit press, because you only, you probably have less than 10 of them in your world, but every interaction on the client gets this call. And so I didn't want to do that with my pipes. I didn't want somebody with a factory where every pipe, which might be in the hundreds, getting an event. So I had to kind of come up with something. But yeah, some of the past questions that I've asked, I just sort of grind away at it because I know you're busy. So I tend to ask the questions only when I run into something really crazy. But there is a feature after I'm done with the pipes feature. I'm going to be getting into the multi-block stuff. And, I've taken some preliminary looks at the mini dimension system and stuff. And I have a question on the mini dimension system. Can clients... So I'm guessing the rendering of the transparent blocks, it looks like only one of those per client, or is it one of those per server? One of those like mini dimensions. Because in the rendering side of things, on the rendering side of things, it was kind of a hard-coded value. There wasn't really an ID associated with a mini dimension. So I was just curious, like, I had somebody look it up and do like a write-up and post on the wiki, like how the system works. And their number one concern was that it looks like it, you can only ever have one of them being rendered. The transparent blocks. Because that's the number one thing that I'm worried about in the multi-block system is just the preview system. But, that could go either way. But yeah, it looked like the mini dimension rendering system is like a super low level in the base game renderer, which is kind of scary. But yeah, otherwise I would have to do okay, somebody else wrote that. Okay. I mean, is it a feature that they're still working on? Or are they afraid to touch it again? But yeah, I love the game, and I love the API. I love how it's so good. There are definitely instances of old, code that you probably wrote years ago of things that I've run into that are kind of frustrating. Oh, good. Yeah, good to know that it's still being worked on. There's a little stream delay with the chat, so there's definitely a pass. There could be a pretty good pass of like all of the systems in the game, because there are cases where something implements an interface that you have, and then anything that goes back, I honestly can't think of one right now. I know they're out there, but like if something implements an interface, right? Like a block entity container. If something implements an interface, I've seen in the code, rather than comparing an object to the interface, you're actually comparing it to an object, which negates the ability for a modder to implement the interface and then have it work with base game stuff, because there's like a check inside that, rather than look at, hey, is this thing an interface, it actually says, is it this object? So unless you use the object, you're SOL, rather than comparing it to an interface. And I did submit my electrical interface, my master electrical interface, electrical block entity. I did submit this to a pull request. So this is a pending pull request from a month or two ago. This is largely, I kind of tracked down how Minecraft Forge does it. And this was more or less influenced by that. There's a lot more to this. But this is what my entire electrical system is based around. And one of the reasons I wanted to get this integrated is then anybody could use this. Anybody can implement this, and my electrical system would interface with that just fine. So having a universal interface would help. And then there are plans. There is a plan to submit the catenary wiring system to the base game, because by itself the catenary system doesn't do anything, right? It's an infrastructure. It certainly has the potential, and you can run wire from A to B just fine. But none of the stuff inside of it, none of the objects that I define in JSON, none of that stuff is actually craftable. But here's the wiring system. So this is a catenary system, and it's independent of the electrical network, right? The catenary system is built where when a wire is connected or disconnected, it fires an event. And then anything and everything can subscribe to that event and build its network from that, build its information. So the catenary system at its core is just a system to render and connect wires to one another. So my plan was, once I'm deeper into the mod and this has been tested and stress tested and all of the features are solid and working, my plan was to also submit the catenary mod to the base game system, because the way that I built it, you could add your own type of wire. Let's say you wanted to add rope. You have rope and then rope ties for the nodes, and then you just build rope, and it would take a texture. Certainly, you can define the texture. The only thing I don't know how to do is the UV map. That's the only thing I don't know how to do. Because right now, if you look closely, I don't have a zoom feature. And the sun is kind of low in the sky, but if you look at the texture, the 32 by 32 texture defined is this little square right here. Rather than have the UV map have segments of UV. I have no idea how to do that. I've figured out this. I've figured all this stuff out. Having actual machines, but the UV maps, that kind of rendering stuff, I have no idea. So little things like that, I wouldn't even know how to even approach. But yeah, the whole catenary system is its own mod and its own setup, and it's independent. It's like the first rung in the ladder for this mod, for my vintage mod. So you have the catenary system, which is all the wiring. And on top of that, you have the electrical network system, which again is its own separate mod, the whole electrical network system, which is predicated on the catenary mod. And then all of my machines are, again, it's a separate mod, but it has functionality. The tree kind of functionality goes up. How is the wire rendered? The wire is rendered in the wire renderer, catenary renderer. This renderer here is the thing that renders the wires. Yeah, this code here. Iterates through the wires and There's some probably matrix camera frustum magic. Again, rendering stuff for me it's not my expertise. It's not my area that I'm comfortable with. So I got it to work, and I got it functional, and I got everything good to go, but not my expertise. I'm sure somebody who is very familiar and highly competent could come in here and improve things, tweak things, make it better. But yeah, this is the renderer here. This is what binds the texture for the I pulled the texture from the attribute, and I actually, dynamically changed the texture and stuff. So it is what it is, but yeah, this is the thing that renders it. But the mesh, when the mesh is generated, the wire mesh code here, this is the code that generates the mesh of the wire. And this was this function here was lifted from the signals mod that has, I don't think it's been touched in months, 10, 11 months. But the guy who wrote the signals mod lifted this from yet another separate, who knows where. So it's like a generic way of generating a mesh, and this is what generates the actual wire. So I thought maybe in here somewhere you would define how to do the UV. I don't know. Again, I don't know how all of this stuff works. It's hard for me to visualize what all this stuff does. Because if I can't visualize it, I usually struggle with it. But it does work. You saw the wires and stuff. So I know that if I sent you the code, or if I submitted the code on a pull request, you could probably spend a couple days just polishing it up and making it work. But the Catenary system, the entire thing, I've got some base classes in here. Everything is good. It's functional, and then all my mod derives from that. And we'll map the entire texture on it. The UV of that mesh. The texture is defined in the JSON. This is why this is under game, because I want to submit this. But the wire itself, the texture actually comes from this right here, right? So this is defining all the possible types of wire that it supports. Now, we're only using LV power right now. This is the wire that's craftable and stuff. But all these wires exist, and then I've really tried to cover my bases when it comes to what people might want to do. But yeah, this is the wire, and then the shape is just generic. It's just a generic shape, and I don't think it bears much weight because the mesh, the actual mesh is generated on the client side. And then here's the LV power. This is what specifies the properties. The actual texture, right, which is base game 32 by 32 texture, and then the thickness of the wire that can be dynamically changed. Some of these are from my infrastructure, and then the slump per meter. This value in here, which is A right here, doesn't really do much. So I just sort of ignored that. The slump per meter, whatever algorithm does this, doesn't really, when it's long distance, when the points are way far apart, the slump that is generated from this algorithm isn't as deep as I thought it would be. But it does still hang. The slump really, when the pieces are super close together, that's when the slump really shows. But that is a pretty trivial problem to have. I'm not too concerned with it. But yeah, this kind of stuff really confuses me. But anyway, that is the gist of things. And the Catenary system, again, once it's a little bit more tested, I've got a couple other things to test with it to make sure it's rock solid. And then the electrical block entity here, and I have an enum as well, which is defining the different uses, the types of things. So the electrical block entity has that enum. So I submitted that to a pull request, which wouldn't do anything in your code, but it would allow modders to plug into it and actually have a universal interface that everybody could actually look at. But yeah, all of the functions and stuff are defined in there. It works. It all works. But yeah, good times.
Did you catch his last message there?
Want to go on a call? To be honest, if you're talking rendering stuff, you're not gonna tell me. I would be so confused, even if you mentioned exactly what needs to be. I have no idea how any of this stuff works. I have no idea where the code would go, what would go where, how it would work. I just don't. This code is an abyss to me. It's an enigma. I have no idea how it works. I mean, I understand fundamentally how triangles, they're actually being constructed and, they're actually doing a thing. I understand fundamentally how that is. But how to then create a UV wrap around it and get the texture to look right, no idea. And yeah.
You basically just mashed your face into the keyboard.
I did. I took 8 months. 8 months to get this system to actually do something for me. Because the Signals mod, what I had to do with the Signals mod, because he had a wiring system just like this one, but everything was hard-coded. All of the things, the whole tree of objects were all hard-coded. And the purpose was hard-coded. Everything was hard-coded. So I had to basically, first, I had to deconstruct and figure out all of the little nitty-gritty details about how that mod worked. And then I had to kind of rebuild it and reconstruct everything to be generic to allow anybody to actually add onto it and build on it. So it's like I had to tear that whole mod down and look at what the crucial objects were, and then rebuild it with a new with a new angle of trying to make an API out of it. And that was really hard. And yeah, this mod, almost everything in it is expandable by other people. And I took that inspiration from the game, because the base game has so much in it that you can just build on and expand, that it just was a huge inspiration. And so I wanted to build a mod that was a tech mod that had machines, that had all these cool features, but also that other people could come in and make their own machines and just plug into my system and just use it. Right? So, very, very, very challenging. And it gave me a whole new appreciation for the vintage API and the code base for the game, because wow, amazing that how everything works and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, the pipe system for the network side I've been going back and forth because I've been learning I've been using the mechanical power system as sort of a template or a way to think about it. Because those are built, those are not saved. The networks themselves are not saved. They're built at runtime. But I would imagine even complex mechanical systems would not be too big, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of blocks, whereas somebody might place down a giant pipe network. You know, if you've got a pump jack with oil, you know, way far away from your base, I would imagine the use case of somebody running a pipe from that all the way all the way to wherever they need it, you know. So yeah, I'm taking inspiration from the pipes mod from Minecraft, and it's a low latency. My number one priority with every feature of this mod, my number one priority is performance. I want to protect server and client tick rate and performance as much as possible. So, like for instance, all my machines, if all my machines don't have anything to do, they all go to sleep. And so the machine actually goes to sleep, and while it's in that sleeping state, the thing that ticks the machine, so the machines tick 10 times per second. And if a machine is sleeping, it bounces out of that tick. I don't reset the tick rate. I think that would be too much. But it bounces out of the tick without actually processing the whole function of the update. It bounces out of it, and it then effectively only ticks every 2 seconds. So massive performance saving, because it only runs the whole function just to make sure everything is good every 2 seconds. So it's it kind of protects that. And the electrical network itself is going to have a similar feature. If an electrical network goes like a couple ticks without actually moving any power, then it will go to sleep. And the same thing, it'll go to sleep for a little bit and then wake up and see if it can move. Because I'm trying, every little feature I'm adding, I'm trying to protect performance. And the same with the pipe system. The pipe system is going to be, you have an extraction node and you have insert nodes. And it's not going to simulate the movement of material down the length of the pipe, nor is it going to try to render that. Because I know from experience that is incredibly costly when you have a lot of them. So if you have a factory of hundreds of pipes and they're all like rendering like stuff moving around and stuff, it would just cripple the server. And so, yeah, everything only simulates on the server. The client is just, the client gets updates from the server, but everything simulates on the server only. And then the pipes are basically going to be extraction nodes and insertion nodes. And it's just going to be going from A to B without any delay. And I know it kind of breaks physics, but it's the only way to do it that doesn't cripple the server, because you have, you know, a bunch of stacks going, you know, floating by or whatever. So yeah, I'm really focusing on performance. I'm really focusing on making sure the game is not crippled by somebody's factory, especially servers that might have several people and several bases and several factories. I want to make sure that I'm protecting server performance as much as possible. So yeah, when it comes to the pipe networks, the pipe network is going to be just a list of block positions. So yeah, again, getting back to the network here, if you need to go, Tyrone, I would understand. You know, it's nice having you around, certainly, and I would love to do like a full-length interview for the channel, just to get the background of the game, ideas, what your vision is. I would love to be able to do that, and get some information out there for the game. Yes, Maltese. That is the next feature I'm going to do after the pipes is multi-blocks. So yeah, the immersive engineering is the inspiration for this mod, and we're absolutely going to be doing multi-blocks. So that is the thing. But yeah, Tyrone, I'd love to do an interview, sit down, and just have some questions. And so I'll work for the next little bit on getting some ideas and getting some questions, and sitting down for like, I don't know, 40 minutes to an hour and just doing an interview. Because the game is I've been modding games for 30 years. Literally, I've been modding games, and Vintage Story, hands down, is the best modding API I've ever seen. And I've modded a lot of games. And so as soon as I started getting into it, way back a couple years ago, as soon as I started looking at the back end and the fact that it's all data driven with JSON, and once I got familiar with that, it just blew me away on how easy it is and how straightforward it is. And I saw the potential. I saw that the struggles, because again, for years I was playing modded Minecraft, and the Minecraft modding system was it was so bad that I never could get into it because it was just horrible. And then when I started seeing Vintage Story, I was just like, oh my god, this is so much better. This is so superior. So yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure modding for this game, just because it's so straightforward and so easy. And then the fact that I can debug it in real time, like, yeah, amazing, absolutely amazing. So I know it's probably been a labor of love for you making this game over the last, it's been, 2016 was the first release? But yeah, just absolutely brilliant. So bravo for that. And little tweaks here and there. My number one request for the next version is a way to add light emission by characters, doing it in a way that doesn't cripple performance. Because I know what I wrote to you a couple months ago as a way to track a light HSV emission for the character, because that seems to be run every render pass, like every frame. So I didn't want to how the mods do it. There's a mod out there called like a wearable light that sort of like Harmony patches in some weird way of doing it. But the fact that it's run every frame means that I don't want to have a big block of light calculation in there. That's why I suggested having one value for the character that anything can adjust, right? Anything, whether it's clothing, tools, whatever it is, having one value in there. And the only time that value is edited is when a slot changes on the character. That's why I suggested that. Because I knew that if you had a way of adjusting or calculating that light, and that would have to be done every frame, that would be a bad idea, because a modder could add more code in there that you really want. So having a value, let's say my angel belt, right? I want my angel belt, which is a builder's sort of style thing. It's for builders. So the problem I ran into, the way I thought about it, is because you made chiseling require a hammer in the offhand, that means I could not carry a light while I was chiseling, and so it made chiseling at night very, very difficult. Right? So I wanted, like, how else can I have a light be emitted, right? And so I'm always wearing the angel belt because I love flying around when I'm building, because that just makes building easier. But when I'm chiseling something at night, it's like impossible to see. So I added a light value to the angel belt, but it's not used at all, right? It can't emit light because it's not in that calculation of trying to figure out the light. The current rendering is beyond 100 dynamic lights. You need a very different rendering pipeline. But the light, what I'm talking about is the character itself has a light HSV value, right? The entity player has a light HSV. And so when you're carrying a lantern, that value is changed. But nothing else. It's hard coded to be like hotbar or your offhand. There's no way for a piece of clothing to edit the character's light HSV. I'm not saying add another light. No. I'm not saying add more lights. No. I'm saying just have that one value tweakable by more things, or at least have a calculation on the slot change, right? When you're actually changing the character slot inventory of like what clothing you're wearing, what belt, what necklace, right? When you're actually having that stuff on, have the ability for those to tweak the light HSV value on the slot changed. And that way, nothing would have to change on the rendering pipeline. It would still pull that light HSV value from the character, right? It's just pulling that value. But there's more things that can change that value. That was the gist of what I was saying, as far as like more things able to emit light. That way, you could introduce a mining helmet, right? You could have a little candle in a mining helmet, pop on the mining helmet, and then go mining in the dark, right? Right now, there's no way of doing that because a helmet can't emit light because that light HSV value in the character doesn't get affected by a helmet. It only gets affected by what's in your offhand or what's in your main hand, right? A lantern. Or a torch or whatever. So having more things affect that value in the character would really help, and it would allow mods like a mining helmet. It would allow like my angel belt to have a light HSV value that's just integrated in. I don't exactly know how all of that stuff works as far as hue. I know it's hue saturation value, but hue is always a problem because I'm used to RGB. And just having a single like integer for a hue kind of makes my brain hurt. But yeah, having a way just integrated when a slot changes of the character inventory, because I know that I know I've seen that code. It's an inventory, so when a slot changes and the event is fired on slot modified, integrating into that any HSV value of the object that's in that slot, right? If there's a piece of clothing in there, how do you add on to the HSV of the character? Just keep adding. So the more lights you're wearing, the brighter it gets, whatever craziness happens. Yeah, and I know there's a lot of ways to skin the cat, right? There's a lot of ways to solve the problem. And I'm just thinking of how do you do it in a way that is the minimum amount of CPU time, right? If I create something that scans the player inventory once a second, well, that's just yet another thing the game has to do, right? The client has to do. Which the more of those you start adding to the game, the harder the renderer is having to work, right? The harder the client is having to work. So for me, it's like when I think about a feature, I'm always thinking like how best to implement this feature while protecting client and server performance, right? That's always on my mind. And the HSV value was just there's already an event on slot modified in the inventory. All you need to do is capture that and run through all the HSV values, adding them to the character of the inventory, right? Whoever owns that inventory of the character, the HSV value is just edited by, and I can't do that kind of code either without a Harmony patch or without like a pull request integrating into the base game, because it's already there. It's just not taking into account everybody's or all the different pieces of clothing. But anyway, that was one of those. Adding a single light will have 0. Well, what happens? Okay, so if you take add point light, yeah, I mean that would be a solution certainly. But again, that would be another mod system. It would be another system. I understand it would work 100%. I know what you're saying as far as like, because it's a client only thing. As far as I know, the server does not care what the light HSV value is of the clients. Or maybe it does, because each client would have to have that value, because in a multiplayer game, an outside person would have to be able to see that light too. So you'd have to add that light to the server. So, I know it would be possible. But my thought was, in order to expand the quality of life features of the game, right? I love the game so much that I really want to see as much expanded features and stuff as possible. And rather than add yet another mod system and other and I know it's not much. I know it's not much overhead. But there are servers out there. People are running servers that have hundreds of mods. So, so it's like adding even more of that. Like, I'm just trying to think long term of what the best solution is, and I think just integrating into the slot modified event for the player's inventory, and just, you have X player, you have their inventory, you just on the slot change, you just reprocess the inventory, recalculate that HSV, and then add that to, clothing HSV, which is integrated into the character. And that way, every frame doesn't have to recalculate it. It's just the static value, and it only changes when a piece of clothing changes. Right? That's the only time it changes. And then it would sync with the server, and everybody would see it. But anyway. Yeah, but I can guarantee you that I'd be able to whip up a mod that would cripple server and client performance, and it would not take long. Like, it's one of those things that you can't guarantee how good of a mod developer somebody is going to be in a year. They might make a mod that is just horribly inefficient in their code, and for some reason cripple performance. I mean, there's an element of QP tech where you can have 10 machines, power gen and machines in an area, and when you look at it, the rendering performance plummets, and I have no idea why. Right? I don't know why part of QP tech does that. Is it animation? Is it too many? I don't know. I have no idea how to profile that. But I know that if you have quite a few machines in an area, or even like 10, the FPS of the client plummets when you're looking at it. And I don't know how. I don't know why. So I'm trying to do my best to ensure that I don't do that in my mod. CPU performance increases. True. CPUs are getting better. But I think relying on that I think in general, and this is not, I'm not saying this is you. In general, those who rely on that and choose to write bad code because they say, oh, well, in a year, CPUs are going to be faster, so I don't need to optimize this code. I think that has kind of plagued game development and in general, app development, right? How much memory does Discord use? How many threads and how much memory does Discord use on average? Like, that kind of stuff bothers me. Because I grew up in a time when every line of code was tweaked and optimized. And bloat of code has gotten to extremes. Like, it's so awful. So yeah, I'm always very conscious of, my update loops and how much code is in the update loops and how much has to run and stuff. Even though, yeah, CPUs are insanely fast, and you really don't feel it. If that was perfectly true, then nobody would ever have issues running modded Minecraft. It would run just fine, but no, it doesn't. It's for one, I know it's the Java platform, and that was a poor decision to stick with that. But so yeah, you run into situations where it's like you wish something was optimized or you wish something ran faster. So whenever I think of a feature, that's what I think about. How best to do it that has the least impact. Because I'd rather do it well the first time than have to come back, a couple more times to optimize it. Maybe it's not perfect the first time, but maybe not be sloppy and messy the first time.
Your first time's always sloppy and messy.
Yeah, first time is always sloppy. But yeah, it's super impressive to me that the game can render like something like my Cathedral, which we had in a stream game here a couple months ago. I can go in the Cathedral with the massive number of chiseled blocks inside of the Cathedral. I mean, the Cathedral is, thousands of chiseled blocks, all different textures, all different things. Like, and there's like almost, well, I don't think there's any hit on performance. Like, it just renders it just fine. It's absolutely amazing. The chiseling system and how it's integrated, and how the chunk renderer works, and like, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine the code. I haven't ever tried to look at any of that code. I don't know how much of the renderer is actually exposed. I don't know how much of the rendering engine is exposed, but I don't know how. I don't know how you got all that working. Like, it is amazing that it works. It's absolutely amazing, and how good it is. But yeah, one of the reasons why I'm making this mod is what I really want to do is I want to leave Minecraft in the dust. I want the millions of people that play that game to start playing this game, because it's the superior game and it's a superior modding system, and I would love to see Vintage have the width and breadth of mods that Minecraft has enjoyed for 10 years. But the only way to do that is to get player base up and to get some attention on it, and so that's kind of what I'm doing. Run the performance profiler. Alrighty. Now, and there's still a lot to do for Vintage engineering. There's still a lot of work to do. After I get the pipe system fleshed out and working, Then I'm onto the multi-block mini dimension system, and that I'm yeah, that's going to be fun. And I'm contemplating already. I was talking with another modder last night actually, talking about my implementation of the electrical system, because one of the problems I ran into was unfortunately, the quality. No, I know that the quality of the API. What I'm saying is the mods, the available mods for the game, which is one of the reasons I'm making this mod. The available mods for the game have to hit a certain point, and once you have some tech mods, a magic mod which already exists, the Rustbound magic mod. Once you have a collection of mods that are enough, right? That have enough content to be engaging and to be fun, right? That will draw in bigger and bigger and bigger players, right? My channel is fine at 6,000 subs, but what happens when you pull in like Direwolf 20? Even if he only plays 5 episodes, right? If he comes in and starts playing and he has like my mod and he has a Rustbound magic mod, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If he's able to do that, he has 400,000 subscribers, right? He can sell 100,000 copies of this game in a week. Somebody like that playing, and there are even bigger YouTubers that would be attracted to that. So once it builds up to that sort of crescendo, right? You build up enough of the modding options where even you could have modding mod packs, a self-contained mod pack. The game doesn't support that yet, where you have a mod pack, you define all the mods, and then the game automatically goes and downloads all the mods. So two features that would help in this process: a mod pack system, right? It's basically what CurseForge became, because Minecraft doesn't support it. But CurseForge, you can build your own mod pack pretty simply in that. And the second thing is configuration. Integrated mod config inside the game. Right? There's a mod that does it that you have to complete. Like, I don't like having lots and lots and lots of dependencies. So that's one of the reasons why I don't have like ImGUI on here or the config lib. It's like detecting the mod config directory and building a UI to in-game edit those values. Like, I would see that as a base game thing. And then a mod pack thing would be just having a mod pack that you integrate and it just automatically downloads the mods, right? Those kind of things, once we get far enough into the development, once we have enough mods that you can actually start putting mods together and making them work with one another, I think that will go a long way in attracting an audience, a bigger and bigger audience. And I don't know what your goals are. I don't know what I don't know what you're thinking about, but you get somebody like Direwolf 20 playing it, then that would translate to somebody like Chosen Architect trying it. And Chosen Architect, that's another like 500,000 subs, or whatever he's at these days, because he's also a Twitch streamer, so that's a whole different audience. So it's just, from that, it would just sort of build. And as far as the success of the game, the sky's the limit after that. Because then you attract a whole nother generation of modders, right? And one of the things I do, one of the reasons why I'm doing the streams and I'm doing the tutorials is to allow people the easiest barrier of entry into modding as possible, right? So I have tutorials on the JSON. I have tutorials on the model editor. I have tutorials on how to actually make a code mod. I did an entire code mod from start to finish on one stream. I did the Rock Sniffer tool on one stream, and to show the whole process of doing that. And I've gotten a lot of positive feedback. It's helped a lot of people. So I think once we've once the game sort of hits that point, a lot of other potential modders are going to jump in and say, "Hey, can I do this? Can I do that?" Because you hit a certain point, and in general, adults who played Minecraft as children who grow up look at Minecraft sort of as a child's game. Well, Vintage Story is not. Vintage Story is hard. It's a hard game, and it's a huge challenge. And I think the maturing audience of the voxel genre are attracted. The people who do play Vintage Story like it because it's more gritty and it's harder. And I believe in the game a lot, and I think that it has the potential of taking a chunk out of the the Minecraft player base, a big chunk, because of just how the chiseling is integrated, nearly unlimited decoration, and to a creative person, a creative mindset, a creative builder, right? If somebody wants to build magnificent things, there is no comparison to Vintage. You can be as detailed as you want, and it's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. So I want to do everything I can to help support it and help grow it, because it's I believe that it has potential of going pretty crazy. Which is why I'm working on this mod, to try to attract people who want to build automation systems but don't necessarily want to invent their own electrical system all over again, right? So essentially, let's say somebody wants to automate farming or make a mod that automates farming in some way, but they don't want to they don't want to do their own power system. They don't want to do all that infrastructure. This is one of the reasons why I'm making this mod, is while I may not ever tackle farming or whatever, somebody else could easily plug into all of my objects and make it work. And then they would have, the farming automation mod that depends on my mod. It would have to depend on my mod, but that would be fine. Because they need the power systems anyway, eventually. Well, if you play vanilla Minecraft, right? Simplicity means vanilla Minecraft. And that's fine. Some people love that. Some people love to see, the challenge of it. And I understand that. There's a guy out there, I think his username on YouTube is Shovel241 or something, builds unbelievable things in Minecraft. All based in vanilla. And that's fine. But I think the last time I looked, upwards of or exceeding 60% of the Minecraft player base was modded. Right? They play modded Minecraft. And so that's a huge amount of people that play that. And I think anybody who plays modded Minecraft at any length of time would eventually become interested in Vintage Story if there's enough mods and enough stuff to do. I think it's inevitable. Because I loved, and still, modded Minecraft is still near and dear to my heart, because I've played it years and years ago, many years ago, and just the width and breadth of mods is phenomenal. But eventually, you're just like, okay, well, something new. And I initially thought, because I was not made aware of Vintage Story during this time, but when Hytale was first announced, and then they were talking about the modding system, how extensive the modding system is, I got super excited for that. I actually interviewed at the company for a job there, making content using the modding tools. That would have been the perfect job for me. And that whole project, as you well know, has just it's been so poorly handled so mishandled that it's like I've sort of lost interest in it. You know, that whole project is just like, I don't know what they're doing, but and that's shortly after sort of getting disenfranchised with the Hightail project. Somebody introduced me to Vintage Story. One of my viewers in a chat during a stream mentioned it. They're like, "Hey, have you looked at this game?" I had no idea. I've never heard of it. This was like 3 years ago. Never even heard of it. And bought it, downloaded it, played it, and fell in love with it right away. Like, it was just crazy. And then when I started looking at the API, I was like, "Holy crap!" Like, the game is not only really well done, but the fact that there are seasons, the snowfalls, there's like everything about it was just, I just fell in love with it. And then the modding API was like, holy cow, like this is perfect. Yeah, Hightail, like, it was everything that I wanted Hightail to be, and it was already done and already on the market and already playable. So on Twitter, you know, anytime somebody mentions like, when is Hightail going to be released, I always tweet back at them and reply and say, "Hey, Vintage Story is available right now." And you can play it right now. But yeah. But anyway, yeah, and I've seen what you've been doing. The number one thing that I really wish the game supported, my number one request, which I know initially you said wouldn't work at all, would be allowing the collision box, right? The collision box system to able to support being bigger than a block and being outside of a block, right? Because when I get into my multi-block system, right, the way that I envision that system being is the center, bottom, middle block will be the block of the multi-block, right? But the shape will be huge, right? Like a giant door. So the shape is going to be huge and well textured and stuff. However that works, I need to get some artists involved, because I am just horrible at. I'm not a modeler or a texture guy. Like, I'm a coder. But getting the actual shape and animation and stuff on the big scale, but the block is just going to be the center, middle, bottom block is going to be sort of the block entity that runs it all, right? Just like Minecraft, that's how Minecraft runs. So the machine will look cool, but it'll actually be a single block in the middle, but the shape will be giant. And yes, I could use the multi-block. I could have a bunch of dummy blocks placed around, and I understand that system, but it's a lot to manage. It's a lot to manage in my brain, trying to figure out rotations and all that kind of stuff. It would just be so much easier to define a set of collision boxes that automatically rotate, for one, depending on northeast, southwest, right, with the horizontal rotation, and just have collision boxes defined of, you know, getting close to the shape, which is one of the reasons why I was really hoping to be able to define the collision and selection boxes inside of the model editor and have the model editor dump out the actual, like, coordinates. And you really have to work on getting them well-formed JSON, getting the quotation marks around it. It would be so nice, especially when it comes to, like, the transform editor. Like, getting the well-formed JSON would be nice to be able to validate it all. But the collision box, being able to define all the collision boxes of a giant multi-block inside the model editor and just have them dump out would be, oh my god, it would be so nice. I'm a very visual person, so anything that I can take care of visually just makes my life easier. Big time. Because then it's like one giant thing, and on a block break, right, since there's a collision box, when you're breaking the multi-block, it would just detect that and swap the blocks back. It would swap the shape right? The shape would swap back to a single block, and then it would place all of the little intermediate blocks. And then you'd be able to break all the intermediate blocks that are getting made out of it. Sounds like you're doing right. Write a tool that turns a list of collision boxes into a list of multi-blocks. Yeah, I mean that would be a thing, but again, doing that visually would be incredibly nice. Because my brain doesn't really think in three-dimensional space. Like especially when it comes to like rotations and stuff, it's been a process coming up with all this. But yeah, being able to define collision boxes, or collision selection boxes, on a big scale outside of a single block, right? You have a giant multi-block. It would also help doing it for telephone poles. I want to make poles to connect the wires to, right? I want to be able to do that because that's another immersive engineering feature. I want to be able to do that, but the poles would be taller than a single block. So I would have to figure out a way to have like a weird dummy block at the top, and it would have to be, there would be some shenanigans involved in trying to do that, rather than having just a single block space with a super, super tall collision box, right? So yeah, little features like that, and I know the game really doesn't support like collision selection boxes outside of a single block. But yeah, I don't know how difficult that would be to do. But that would be the thing that I would run into with the next feature of the multi-block system. That's going to be the next thing I do after the pipe system is done. But you couldn't do a collision box outside the block range, right? If you have a value greater than 1, let's say it's a Y value. If I set the value of Y to 3, does that stretch the collision box 3 blocks tall? And is it valid at that point? Is it a valid collision box? Or do I need 2 dummy blocks to get to that third collision box? And then if I right click on that, how does it map? And because I want to be able to right click the side and pull out like an arm. I don't know. If you would understand a lot more if you were super familiar with the immersive engineering mod for Minecraft. If you played through that immersive engineering mod, you would know kind of the heartbeats of what I'm trying to go for. The boiler for the distilling system. Name multi-block. Is that the name? Metal. Is it machine? Condenser?
It should be the actual boiler part of the.
I don't see a boiler in here. Vertical boiler? There it is. Oh no, that's multi-block. That's a behavior. Okay. Center position, I'm guessing the C position, that's center position. But you see how in VS Code, this is all in, like, it's all red and squiggly lines, and because it's, obviously it needs to be quote marked. Which is why all my JSON for my mod are all properly formed, because Yeah. So this right here is, this generates a collision box. Interesting. So I'm guessing the actual shape itself exceeds the top of the block, I would imagine. And so this multi-block adds a copy? Or a full block, maybe? Haas is usually the one that does the distilling when I've seen it in the game. I haven't used it much. I've used it a little bit, and I've looked at the code.
It's pretty neat, but it's definitely one of those machines that would be nice to have a vintage engineering version of. Or was that going to be like the mixer?
Yeah, okay, so it is. Yeah, so it does add. Is that a full block though? Yeah, that is a full height. So it looks like it inherits the collision box, the collision selection box of the parent. So you can't define a custom box shape for, you know, if I have a pole. See, here's an example of like what I'm talking about. Like here's the pole, and you know, stretching a wire between these two. These are HV relays, and if I even have some HV wire? I don't think I do. Yep, I do. Right. So there's the UV stuff right there. That's the UV ugliness that's not done, but that is stretching that wire across, because each type of wire can have a different accepted length. But you can see how it's like it doesn't sag very much, because the further distance between 2 points, the less the sag is. But yeah, like a pole, like a wire pole, that's, no, I don't know, 3 blocks tall or something, and then you can smack it with a wrench and it will pop a sort of a branch outside. But you can find a custom shape and code. You can define with multi-block collision selection boxes. Really? multi-block I had no idea this was even in here. What uses this? Does anything use this? Me, the way that I learn is by example. my best way of learning is looking at a block of code that does something as close to what I'm looking for as possible, and then I know how everything works, right? It's just the best way that I've learned over a pretty extended period of time. So used by block, multi-block. Get collision boxes. So you could specify in JSON a set of collision boxes in a custom attribute tag or something and just load those in. Or this might be even handled before, but wow, this is some nasty, nasty code here. Multi-block, there's the delegate. Multi-block selection boxes. Oh, that is that's the type. This dot handle. So this is the type. This is generic type. Generics, oh my God. Generics are one of those things that I fundamentally understand how they work. And I fundamentally understand what they're good for. But trying to implement my own generics, oh my God. I initially tried to do that with the pipes to see if I could get something going with generics with pipes. But man, I went around and around and around for a week before I finally decided, nope, let's just do this the way that I know how to do it. Holy cow. INF MB get collision boxes. Is that even in here? Would make things easier. Yeah, I'm in the voice channel of my Discord, and I know I'm not saying you should join my Discord, but that would be the best place to do it. I could give you permission if you were to join. I could give you permission, and you can just hop into voice. Yeah. MB, where is this going? What implements? Yeah, this code, it would take me a couple hours to sort of sort this code out. These things here, it's like evaluating. It's just going down the chain, evaluating these things. Because it's trying to return this. Which is maybe part of this. Yeah, this, whatever this handle is. Oh my God. Like, look at the, wow. There's no documentation on this.
He said you don't need to understand this file.
Yeah, I hope not. Oh man. Yeah, so if there's an example in the base game that uses this system and implements all of this stuff, then I can learn it, because that's what I've, as far as I've gotten in the mod, this is how I've built this mod. Is I study how the game is built and how a feature is built, and then I sort of figure out my specific use case and what I have to tweak and what I don't have to tweak. And so I've built over the last couple years all of the mods that I've made, a knowledge of the API. So I'm fairly comfortable with it now. But when I run into code like this, I'm like, okay, well, I'm not gonna figure that one out. Moving on. So yeah, if there's something in the game that already implements that, right? I don't know where it would be. There's not a lot of multi-blocks in the game. Like, I know that the fruit press has a couple collision and selection boxes. But yeah, like this comma here that's wrong. You shouldn't have a comma at the end of these. But anyway, this does not implement the multi-block code. This was probably, I'm guessing it was made maybe before that existed. Yeah, the big doors, that was going to be sort of my template, because that's what you mentioned months ago in terms of like multi-block and collision boxes and stuff, were the big doors. So that my intention was to look at those in detail when I got to the feature. I don't want to get lost in the weeds here, but I'm still a few weeks away, I think, of jumping into the multi-block section. So there's still a little time left before that, because I really want to focus on the pipe transport system. I call them pipes, but it's really the transport subsystem in the mod, because I'm going to be having, it's going to be item and fluid pipes, and I'm going to have a pump to be able to pump like water and oil and stuff like that. Which is going to be slow, but it's going to be, a pump. The liquid system in the game, that was fun to learn. And so yeah, an item and a fluid pipe system. This is what I'm working on. And it's built in a way that all somebody would need to do to add on a pipe. I do have an enum in here that defines a bunch of different types of pipe. So if somebody wanted to, say, implement a gas pipe or a heat pipe, or even a signal pipe, all they would need to do is edit, do a JSON patch, add the type, right? Add the purpose to the variant group of that tag, because this is this value here is parsed from the last code part of the pipe. That's just how I did it. So item and fluid, you would just add, append onto here gas or heat, whatever. You would add on the entity class of your specific block entity pipe type. And then you would build a pipe type using my base class, like BE pipe gas, with specific, you'd have to override the can connect to, the handler, and then you'd build your own handler. And the handler is the thing that's going to actually move the things around, right? That's the code that's going to move the things around. And this tick is called by the extraction nodes. And so those steps you'd be able to add your own types of pipe. Now,
just in case you didn't notice,
he's heading out. And thank you, for popping in. I know it's pretty late for you. It's probably about 9:30 for you. So, thanks for popping in, and it's very, very helpful being able to message you and stuff. Because I would be lost without it. So I try not to bother you too much, but sometimes I just run into a brick wall and I can't find my way out. So you have a good evening. And we can get back to the pipe network thing. Modders for the win. Excellent. Yeah, that's my attitude too. Modders for the win. All right. Yeah, I was seriously pondering the pros and cons of having a pipe network in the first place. Because it's another system that has to get managed and tracked and stored on disk, unless I don't and I just generate them at runtime when a world is loaded. But I don't really want to do that because that's a lot of excess processing that would have to be done. But like, so Blue was talking to me yesterday about potential griefing scenarios, Os, and
Oh yeah.
talking to me like, imagine you're on a server and somebody places 10,000 pipes and goes to the middle of all those pipes and then breaks and replaces the pipe over and over and over again, right? Because if you have a pipe network and if you go to the middle of the network, let's say you have 10,000 pipes in a line, which is an insane amount of pipes, but let's say you have it in 10,000 a line, and you break the middle pipe. Well, one side of that has to get split from the network, right? So if all of those pipes are on like network ID 4, and you break it in the middle, half of those pipes now have to get reset to a new network ID, right? You have to spider through one half of all those pipes, resetting the ID the whole time. And you have to do that, right? You have to iterate through all those pipes to ensure that they're not connected elsewhere to the other side, right? So imagine you have a giant circle of pipes, and then you go to one side and you break one side. Now they're still connected. It's a giant circle. So as you're iterating through the pipes, you're wrapping around and you're coming back to where you started. That's a problem because there's 10,000 pipes that you have to go through. How do you do that fast? And how do you do that without crippling a server? And so it's problems like that that I run into, the potential for griefing and stuff. Now, we were talking about essentially going through that and basically one of the solutions I came up with was putting the pipe network itself to sleep. Where if a pipe network was asleep, it wasn't actually moving anything. And it only sleeps when it's in the middle of processing something like that. And then you can actually delay the process over multiple ticks, right? You can only, let's say you process 100 pipes, and once you hit 100 pipes, you bounce out, you save your place, you save where you were, you bounce out, and you say, hey, give me another tick in a single second, give me another tick. And then the game will give you that tick, and then you process the next 100 pipes. And then you process the next, right? And so over a period of basically like 5 seconds, you would process those 5,000 or whatever it would be. You would process more than 100 in a tick. You could process quite a few in a single tick and not really crush performance. But processing 5,000 in a single tick you would feel it. There would be a delay, a noticeable delay in the server if you did that. And the log files would be blasted with with warnings like, hey, this tick took more than X amount of milliseconds. Like, it'd be bad. But the pipe network would essentially go to sleep, and any extraction nodes on that network would basically not do anything until the whole thing is processed. So that's one way to solve that problem, and that really accounts for any possible griefing scenario, right? And then he was like, well, what happens if they're just, if they want to, because all this stuff is going to be in memory, right? The entire pipe network, all the block positions are going to be in memory. So he's like, what happens if somebody's like placing, thousands upon thousands of pipe just to take up memory? My answer to that was pretty straightforward. For one, the pipes are not going to be free, right? Any server that's out there, you're going to have to mine the materials and craft the pipes. And two, the network just saves the block position of the pipe, which is like 4 bytes. Or not 4 bytes, 4 ints, right? Like 16 bytes.
for each pipe in the block. And I was like, you would have to have 1 million pipes to make an impact in memory at all, right? 1 million pipes. And I was like, if anybody's in a world and placing 1 million pipes, for one, they would have to mine all of the materials, smelt down whatever they need, craft whatever they need. The amount of time that it would take to craft 1 million pipes, to mine the materials for 1 million pipes, I was like, the server owners would notice. Because you would have to mine out many square miles of material worth of copper and tin and iron and whatever else, what other ingredients there are. I was like, you would have to, it would be such a monumental project to try to impact the server memory for a pipe network, that it would be noticeable. So, somebody would notice that. And it would be able to be easily tracked down. So that sort of scenario I wasn't really worried about. But the readjusting network IDs when you split networks, that is going to be a problem. Because ideally you do that all in one tick. But again, you run into the case where it might be connected elsewhere. So I think the best solution for that is to basically YOLO it, and one side of that network gets the new ID, and as it's iterating through all of the connected pipes, it's setting that new ID, even if it gets to the end, right? Even if all the pipes are connected still, it gets all the way to the end, and it has already reset all of those IDs, but it does so over several ticks. And that will spread everything out, and it will still be valid. They'll just be all new network IDs, and the network IDs doesn't really matter anyway. But you're basically like destroying one network and recreating another network. And if it's already connected still, if it's a big loop, you're destroying one network and rebuilding another one, but it's the exact same number. It's all of the same pipes minus one. And there's really no way of doing that efficiently and detecting that. So I was going back and forth whether or not it was even worth it to have a network. And I'm still not convinced that it's a good idea, but the only difference is if somebody places a pipe block and I don't have a network, every pipe block you place, theoretically, you would have to recalculate all of the extraction nodes of any connected pipe to that pipe you just placed. Right? So, and you would do that for every pipe you place. And there's caveats to that. You'd only recalculate if there's an insert node that's created when you place the pipe. So if there's an insert node, then you know that all of the extraction nodes on that pipe system have to add it. So there's ways to shortcut it, certainly. But when you split networks and stuff, right, that, man, I don't know. Like, what does your instinct tell you? That's one thing, is like, what does the instinct tell you that the pros and cons of having an actual network that helps manage all of the block positions of a pipe network? What are the pros and cons of having that or not having it? Because either way, you're going to have to kind of spider through all of the connected pipes, right? And if you have to do that for everything, that can be a problem. But you can also shortcut it to where the block entities keep, right? they have all of the not the extraction nodes. The extraction nodes don't have the list. It's the block entity of the pipe that has all of the insert connections listed. So all I would really need to do is like essentially add and subtract stuff for each, like add a block position and then possibly even save this value. Right now I'm not saving this list to disk when something is unloaded. So I would have to rebuild this every time it's loaded, either when you load a game or load it off a disk. Load the chunk, or I could save this. The only problem is if the pipe network is big enough, right, and a chunk is unloaded that has insert connections, how then do you process that and tell all of the extraction nodes, hey, this has been unloaded? That's a problem. So there theoretically is a way to create like a shadow ghost copy of a block entity in memory and interact with that until it's reloaded again, if it's ever reloaded. So that adds a whole nother level of complexity that I don't want to get into. But when a block is unloaded, I can capture that event when it's unloaded, and I can basically iterate through all the pipe blocks that are connected and say, hey, I'm being unloaded, remove me from your list. And then when it's loaded, I would have to do the opposite. Iterate through the, spider through the list. And the way to iterate through, if I don't have networks, the way to iterate through the list is using this connection sides. I would have to just like walk those connection sides. Any direction that they go, I would have to walk those connections, ensuring I'm not doing a loop, right? If the pipes are in a loop, I would just I would end up walking around and around and around. Not a good idea. But otherwise, if there is a network, the network itself would have all of the block positions, finite numbers of block positions, and all I would have to do is walk those, and then I would be done. I wouldn't have to actually look at all of the connection sides individually and walk the blocks as if I don't know where I'm going. So the network side would require a little less processing, a little less logic, and more of a direct, like a for each block position sort of thing. Every block position, I'm just iterating through and removing, the list of either removing or adding insert nodes to that list. That's all this would be done. Otherwise, I would have to iterate through the whole network every time. And that was another potential griefing episode, is if somebody is just sitting there right-clicking an insert node with a wrench, setting it to extract, setting it to insert, setting it to extract, setting it to insert, because that could be a potential thing. But the extract node does not have the list of block position. It's the block itself that has that list. And it only needs that list if there's an extraction node. So do I, on creating that extraction node, do I call out and say, hey, generate the list? And then somebody removes it, and then if they add it back, it's going to generate the list again, right? Or do I generate the list once, and then the only thing that would regenerate it is if there's a change in the network? Right, so there's two divergent ways of tackling this problem, with a network or without a network. Both of them have pros and cons. Without a network, it's just really straightforward, right? I don't have to worry about having another layer of stuff to keep track of. But it requires more logic and processing for every change of the pipes. But with a network, then I have to make sure that network doesn't get corrupted when a block is broken, destroyed, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of where I'm at with the pipe network side of things. Because I'm ready. I'm ready to work towards getting a pipe network, or getting stuff being moved from A to B, right? The extraction nodes. I'm ready to get that process running. So yeah, I'm on the. Ah, man, I still don't know. Because one of the things, if I go pipe network manager, um, you can see I've got like I've anticipated merging networks, splitting networks, all this stuff. Public pipe network, get network, long net ID, if pipe networks dot exists of net ID dot exists not equal null. Just to ensure that the thing exists. If the network is null, if God, yeah, not what I wanted to do. Pipe networks equals null, and if pipe networks does not equal null and pipe networks of network ID does not equal null, then return it. Otherwise, return null. Pipe networks really shouldn't ever be null, but it could be. It could be. I don't know where I instantiate. Pipe network, get network. Let's see. I need to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Okay. Um. Let's see. How do we want to do this? If we go ahead with the pipe networks, I've already do on block placed. I grab the manager and I call on pipe block placed. And then on block broken, I do the same thing. And then there's another call in the on interact. Where I remove the side. And then in here, I would need a detection. Override pipe connection base. I don't even remember where that is. See what I do here. Go to definition. I would need it sort of manages itself somehow. So in here, where is it at? Right here. If disconnected sides of face index. I need to detect if the side we're overriding well, it might not matter if it's true or false. If we look at this on pipe connection override, I'm probably going to have to pass in the Boolean here. face selection of the override. Yeah, because if the override is true and we're swapping it to false, that means the connection is mating it, which is a whole different set of logic than if it's disconnected, right? If something is manually disconnected, it's effectively splitting the network. And if it's connected, it's effectively merging the network. So yeah, I need the bool connect state. True. Well, let's do, instead of connect state, let's do override state. True if connection node is overridden. Right? So this override state would be that Boolean. And I also would on pipe block broken, on pipe block placed. Oh man. Long. I don't really need that. I have the block position anyway. I can grab the network ID from that. Okay. So what I'm going to, before I dive into this, I want to remove all pipes from the world because it would be bad to have them in there. Okay. Any other pipes? Okay. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't want to have any pipes placed because as I place them, once we start managing the network, we're going to have to build the network as we place them. So at what point
Everything been going all right?
Oh, hanging in there. You know, it's so much easier, anybody out there, it's so much easier modding a system than inventing your own.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been going in the last few days, I've been going back and forth, whether or not to have networks. Like, or just YOLO it and just not worry about it. Yeah, it's rough. So I'm gonna go ahead and work on this as if, you know, and do the networks and try to make it work. And hope for the best. Let's see, network ID. Yeah, I set that. Because on pipe block placed, at what point does this actually get called? That's block entity block pipe base. So it's called after the mark pipe dirty. So that call, mark pipe dirty, that actually generates all of the connection nodes, right? That actually detects. So that's what I was concerned with, was at what point are we calling this event? And so, yeah, now because this has got all of the valid connections already generated, now we can call the network manager, because then they'll have all the network. Same with, hopefully, on block broken. Well, on block broken is a little different, because I know we're breaking the block, so it really doesn't matter. We're going to have to iterate through it anyway. And then the extraction node, or the call to remove the connection is again after everything is processed and we've got the new value for the disconnected side, then we pass it on to the manager, so it should be able to handle that. Okay, so the first step in getting this would be just going through right here. This is not done. On block placed, so what should decide what network ID the block is? Remember, when you place the block, the mark pipe dirty looks and connects to any blocks around it that are valid. So it might already be connected to a pipe, and that pipe might already have a network ID. The very first block you put down won't. But we're informing the network. We have to inform the network manager every block that we place, because this is what manages this. So now we have to do a bunch of logic to see what connections are around it. and what possible. Yeah, so we have to do BE pipe base us equals world.blockAccessor.getBlock entity of position as BE pipe base. I don't think I need the block. Does the block? Yeah, the block doesn't have the ID because it's not unique. So this gets us the pipe if us is not equal null. Now, for int f equals 0, f is less than 6, f plus plus. Come on. Don't do that. So these are the faces. If us dot connection sides of f. Okay. Remember, the connection sides are pipe to pipe. They're not machines. They're not extraction nodes. It's just where are we connected to other pipes. So if that side is connected, we have to think about this step by step. So it's going to look northeast, southwest. So if that side has a connection, if us.network ID equals 0, us.network ID equals us dot, well, world block accessor dot get block entity position dot add copy I need to grab the network ID of the block we're looking at. Based on that face, and I know I have a function here. Convert face to index. Or index to face, yeah. And it's a static, so it doesn't require a instance. So I can do be pipe base dot convert index to face f. What am I missing? Oh, not what I wanted to do. Else. So if our network ID, so we iterate through the connection faces. If our network ID, so if the connection is valid, if we're connected to a pipe and our network ID is 0, meaning we haven't been assigned one yet, we look at the block that we're connected to, which is the connection side of this face. So let's say it's 0, which is north. This goes in here, convert index to face, which is north, right? And so we're adding that. So we're looking at the north block that we're connected to, which is a pipe. It should be a pipe, because we wouldn't be connected to it if it wasn't. And we're grabbing that block entity and we're saying, hey, if our network ID is 0, then grab that network ID. So the very first connection, if we even had 5 connections, the very first one we're looking at is the north one. That's whose network ID we get. Now, outside of that, the very next face that we look at, if that also has a network ID, right? So running through this for the north face, which f equals 0, we grab, let's say we have a connection, right? We grab that network ID, let's say it's 3. So now we inherit 3 as our network ID. The very next face is east. And let's say that also has a network ID and is a valid connection, but it's a different ID. So if us.network ID does not equal them.network ID, this is here, our network ID now is set from the north face or from the very first face we hit. Then otherwise look at if these two are not equal. If they're not, we need to merge networks. I think rather than pass in the pipe network, we're going to pass in the IDs. Net1 ID, Net2 ID. Right? Because we don't need to pass in the pipe network. That's just a waste of the heap on the CPU, passing in the actual network itself. So merging networks is world and then us.network ID and them.network ID. Right? That's merging the two networks together. So those networks are, if they're not equal, the network IDs are not equal. So let's just say there's a big cluster of pipes that are all different network IDs, and you place one right in the middle. This is where the edge cases come from. Like you have to debug. So it gets the north ID, then it goes to the east, and it says, okay, that has a different ID. I've already got the north ID. The north ID is set. Now I have to look at the east. The east is a different ID, which is a different network. So now the north and east are bridged. So merge those two networks. The very next thing it does is go up and go to the next face, south. If south is also a network and its ID is different, merge that ID now, right? And then east, west, up, down, right? So it goes through all of the faces and it merges the networks one at a time as it goes around. So I don't know, as far as like ID shenanigans, I don't know a way to like figure out how many different IDs are involved and which ones to use, and because it could be the north, up, and down IDs are the same. And as I go through, those are going to change. And it should only ever merge the network once. Because if 3 of the connections are the same ID, eventually, when you hit the very first connection, all of those IDs would change once you merge the networks. They all get unified. And so the next time it runs into that ID, it doesn't care. It doesn't merge the networks because they're already the same ID. So this merge networks will essentially iterate through all of that. But I think I missed an important thing here. Int pipe cons equals 0. Pipe cons plus plus. If pipe cons equals 0. Now I need to create another network. Right? So I'm iterating through all the faces. If there's no connections, if I iterate through every face and it doesn't actually have a connection, I don't necessarily want to do this either if there's not a connection. So let's move that up to a level, because if the connection is invalid, this would be null anyway. So I'll only grab it if the connection is made. Otherwise, it would just doing it for every face is just a waste. So if we get to here and the pipe connections are 0, meaning we never had a connection. This is literally the first pipe we placed. That means we need to create a new network. And I don't know if I have even a create network on here. Yeah. Okay, so pipe network, what does the constructor look like? Network ID, enum pipe use. I'm going to have to enum pipe use is coming from the block. Okay. USB is us block, by the way, not USB. It's us block. Yeah, the type of pipe it is in the block. So if our connection is if the number of connections is 0, then if pipe networks equals null, pipe equals new dictionary blah. Pipe networks dot add Okay. Think about the logic here. For one, if pipe networks equals null, initialize it because you definitely don't want to touch it if it's not initialized. That would be very, 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 very bad. We're adding a new pipe network with the next network ID. We're initializing the pipe network itself with the ID and the pipe use. We're passing that in from the block. Then we're taking that new network that we just created and we're adding the pipe. Position.copy. Yeah, when it comes to block position, you definitely want to pass in a copy of it because the garbage collector would probably chew it up. Okay. And only do that if the pipe connections don't exist. Us.network ID equals 0. So the network ID that we're adding, now we need to pipe networks of us.network ID dot add pipe position dot copy world. The world is there just in case we need to resolve something. And remember, this stuff could be loaded when the game loads, and so yeah, I'm trying to avoid any catastrophes when it comes to the operations. So yeah, if we're just inheriting if we're inheriting a network for the first time, then go ahead and add us to that network, right? Whatever network that is, add us to it right away. So the very next time we go through the very next face we hit, then we merge the network. So this might, let's see the logic. So if we're doing the north side, we add us to the north network. So now we're a part of that network. The very next face we hit, if that is a different network, right? Then we need to merge the networks, which is our ID and their ID. So now, the first network we joined, and then the second network we joined, we bridged. I'm just thinking through this logically. Sorry. Then if we hit yet a third different network, now we're merging us with our ID to their network again, but it's a different network. So I think this logic is sound. Merge networks obviously isn't written yet. That's going to be a... Oh, Jesus. Scared the shit out of me. Thank you for the sub, Josu Morales. Thank you very much. And welcome to the channel. I'm glad some people are enjoying the things and the stuff. I don't know what kind of attention the Rumble side of things is getting. Looks like we have 4 people watching, but not 100% sure. Not a lot of people chat on Rumble. I'm not sure why. Not a lot of chat action on Rumble. I know it's valid. I know Oz has done it, but anyway, I notice there's no likes on the Rumble one, so everybody just hit that like button. Why not? You know?
Oh, that's strange. I liked it.
Or maybe it hasn't updated. I don't know. Okay, yeah, I just hit like and it went to 2, so it must have just not been updated. I got 2 likes on the YouTube side, which is nice. Anyway, so this seems sound, and if we get all the way through this block, at least this space here, and we don't have any connections, then we generate a new network. And this code creates the new network. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is more or less done. The only other thing we would probably need to do is detect if there are any insertion nodes or straight up call like validate network on the network itself after all is said and done. But I don't really know if that's going to be necessary. So validate network here. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is 100% needed. I mean, it's written, but I don't know if we need it. I have a question about how to increase. I fixed that bug. I need to re-upload. I will do that after the stream today. I fixed the quick X crafting level bug, which also applies to the weed cleaver. So yeah, I fixed that bug yesterday. And all the bugs that I ran into during our stream on Saturday, I've fixed all of those, and I even added a couple other features, but I just haven't re-uploaded them because it was pretty late yesterday that I got it. But yeah, after the stream today, maybe after dinner, whatever time zone you're in, I mean, you could be 3 a.m. for all I know. But yeah, and I mean, I could do that right now, I guess. I did fix all of the things. Yeah, so this is fixed. Yeah, I'm now on version 2.0.5 for my 7 days mod. So let me add that to a zip. 7 days mod v1 dash was it 2.0.5. And then I can upload it to my Google Drive. And 7 days. And let me upload this. Oh, do I just save it as the same? I think I'm going to save it as the same file name. I think that would be better. That would be less confusing for everybody. Whoops, I need to delete this one first. Replace existing file. Yes, please. All right. So the new version of that file has been uploaded, which includes the fix. So it includes the fixes for all the water jar stuff. So the water jar's fully functional again. Everything works. You actually get water jars when you drink like tea. You get the jars back. And thank you for the sub, sir. So yeah, just re-download via that link and re-extract it, overwriting all the files. And so yeah, the water jars work. The crafting levels work. The water filter crafting works for the dew collector if you wanted to do that. So yeah, water really was overhauled with that mod. And yeah, I can't remember everything I did there, but a couple other tweaks that I was kind of putting in there as a test. But I still need to upload those to the server. But yeah, the should be good to go. 7 Days Mod V1. I think that might have been the no, it couldn't have been the compilation. That might have been the other one. 7 Days Mod V1 dash. Okay, yeah, I think that's the bigger file. So yeah, 7 Days Mod V1 is the smaller of them. That should just be my mod. Okay. I need
what page?
That should be linked on the 7 Days forum. There should be a thread. It might be on page 2 or 3 from Buggy. You can pick me out of the crowd. My little icon on the forum is the bunny rabbit that sort of mutates. So it's an animated GIF of a bunny like like a mutated bunny that I grabbed that animated GIF off of a forum like 25 years ago. But yeah, it's on the forum. Otherwise, I would have to find the URL. 7 Days Mod V1 sharing, copy link. There's the link. That's the link to it directly. But yeah, that you'd be able to actually craft the higher levels of the quick axe. I did make the topmost tier require the legendary part because yeah, the level 6 you're still going to need a legendary part. But those, I mean, we haven't even been looking for legendary parts, and we already have a few. So, and you can also craft them. I made a recipe you can craft them. So not a big barrier, but just enough. Yep, no problem. You're certainly welcome. Okay, so
Some people needing it.
yeah, it's nice seeing people use it. You can customize it. I mean, all of the XML files have little comments for all the stuff that's updated. So yeah. Now, I need to track bool has inserts equals false. If us dot insertion sides of f has inserts equals true. Right? Then I need to do if has inserts. If we have an insert node, we need to inform the rest of the network we need to inform the rest of the network to rebuild their insertion or push connection lists. Now if we're merging the network, we might be able to put the code in here. Should we do the code in here to rebuild the list, or should we do it after the fact down here? Because as we're merging the networks, we can either rebuild the nodes every time we merge a network, which could be more than once, or we could just do it once right at the end to do the whole thing. I understand. I admire anybody that knows more than one language, because I barely understand English at this point. So I'm thinking like doing that. If we merge a network, just assume that there's inserts on it. Like, it doesn't really hurt anything if there's not. We're going to have to rebuild it anyway. Right? We're going to have to rebuild it anyway. So, assuming there's inserts in the merge, we can merge all the networks together into one, essentially into one network, all of the different varying connections. And then at the very end, essentially rebuild all of the lists of the network that we are a part of. So if us is null is return, if us block is null, return, because that would be very, very bad if we're trying to, if these are for whatever reason null, and we're actually trying to index into them, that would be very, very bad. Sanity checks are always wise. But yeah, after we get all the way done, we're going to have to essentially validate the network mark network dirty. Essentially, yeah. So I think, here, pipe networks of us.network ID .mark pipe dirty world, right? So, idiot. No, it's not idiot mode. It's just sometimes it's hard to translate, especially if you're. I mean, Poland. I mean, there's a lot of interesting characters in those language classes. Kind of what would be the classification of language? It's not. Is it It's not Germanic. It's like, is it Slavic? Just the overarching like umbrella class of languages. Sharing, well, you know, what character set might be Slavic. It's like a bridge between Germanic and Russian. You know, it's sort of like you're in the middle of those two worlds. So this here is saying, hey, we're going to mark the network dirty, right? The whole network is marked dirty because it has to be done. It has to be done. So in the pipe network itself, we have now access to all of the block positions of the whole network. All of the merges and all of that stuff, it comes all together into one giant list of block positions. And so now we have to iterate through those and find the lists of all of the insertion nodes. All of the block positions of all of the insertion nodes, and then we need to send that list to all of the block positions. Right. So mark network dirty. For each block position in pipe block positions. Yes. BE pipe base BEP equals world dot block accessor dot get block entity of position. Now we're going to iterate through all the blocks. If BEP equals null, continue. That's a sanity check. Shouldn't ever be triggered, but it's a sanity check just so we don't crash hardcore. If bep.num insertion connections is greater than 0, list block position dirty list dirty position equals new list block position. If there's more than 0 connections, dirty position dot add position. Okay, because I only want the insert positions in the network. World dot block accessor dot is chunk how do I determine if a chunk is loaded? Get chunk at block position. If retrieve chunk at a given block position, return null if chunk is not loaded. Hmm. Okay. Num extraction connections. I'm just thinking like logically here. I'm going through all of the block positions. I'm ignoring any that aren't loaded. If the chunk isn't loaded, I'm ignoring them. And then I'm detecting if there's insertion connection. So if we're in here, then obviously it's loaded and it's valid. If we have more than one insertion connection or more than 0, we add it to the list of insertion positions. And if there's extraction nodes, we add it to the extraction positions. So after we get done with this, we'll have 2 lists. We'll have all of the positions that have inserts and all of the positions that have extracts. Now, for each block position in extract positions, right? So now we're going to iterate through all of the ones that have extract positions. And in this one, again, we're going to want to grab the block entity, and let's see. So this is protected push connections. This is what I am actually wanting to grab here. Is this push connections, which is a list of pipe connections, which a pipe connection is it's a position and a block facing. That is a problem. Okay, so I might have to change this a little bit. So let's go back to the block entity and see. Yeah, I do have this. Don't know if there's a rebuild push connection right here. Okay. So I've already anticipated this. Kind of funny when I do that. BEP.rebuild push world, comma, insert position dot to array. So what this is doing is it's iterating through all the positions, grabbing all of the blocks that have inserts, and all of the blocks that have extraction nodes. Then it's iterating through all the extraction nodes and saying, hey, if you have an extraction node, rebuild your connections because something changed in the network, rebuild all of your connections. And so it's like, I start super generic, really, really generic. And I'm slowly whittling it down to the exact block position. Because remember, we have to order everything by the distance that they're in. And that's relative to every block position. So this rebuild, I'm passing in all the insert positions into this. So we have, I think this is for the most part done. Because for every extraction node in the network, it's getting the same copy of all of the insert positions, and then the block entity itself that we're passing it into is actually going to be able to calculate how far away everything is. Now, distance calculations can be, well, I mean, they're a lot better. The floating point calculations are actually, they've pretty well optimized calculating distances nowadays. And there's part of the block position itself has let's see. Is there like a Manhattan distance? Yeah, there's a Manhattan distance. Which is the sum of the distances of all the different, so if it's 5 blocks, 3 blocks, 2 blocks, right? It's 5 plus 3 plus 2. That's the Manhattan distance. And there's no square root in here. Super, super fast. Manhattan distances are super, super fast. Horizontal Manhattan distance just ignores the y. But yeah, I think Manhattan distance would probably be the most accurate distance because it's following the pipes. Not necessarily. It's not necessarily following the pipes. You can have a pipe Yeah, like spiraling up and up and up. I'm not going to count the number of pipes in between. Again, there's doesn't matter how many pipes are in between. So maybe, yeah, I mean, Manhattan distance, I think, would be distance itself would be the best. That would be the most accurate distance, but it's a lot of calculations, and the square root, being called many, 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 possibly hundreds of times is not ideal. Manhattan distance doesn't have that, so that might be wise. Yeah, the biggest change with the QuickX was editing the progression XML to include the QuickX and Weed Cleaver to the crafting skill perk, right? The way that the game does it is just bizarre, but it's associated with the exact perk, and you have two different things that are influencing that. You have the recipe with the tag of the perk, and then you have to go to the perk and add the item to the actual perk you want to influence. It's a weird system, but yeah, that's how I got it to work for the QuickX crafting level. So the rebuild push connections, now we go to this and we say, all right, now we're back in the pipe block itself. And the pipe network, the array that we're getting now we can iterate through that. If pipe network dot length is greater than 0, which makes sure that pipe network does not equal null, and pipe length dot greater than 0, just to make sure. There's another sanity check, because it would be bad if we didn't do that. And then we just go, let's see. If push connections does not equal null, push connections dot clear. Else push connections equals new list of pipe connections. Another sanity check. Curious if it's possible to do level 6 without the rest of the levels needed. Yeah. Yeah. If you want me to talk you through that. If you look at, well, I think the easiest way to do it okay. I'm using Notepad++ now, so it's going to look different. I can increase the size of the text on this one, and I can't do that on VS Code. So we're going to search for crafting skill. I think it's like perk. No, perk crafting. Can't remember what it is. It's in here somewhere. There it is. Crafting harvesting tools, right? This tag down here, crafting tier, this is what I'm editing. This is what I'm adding, right? The QuickX and the Weed Cleaver number or the string to. This list right here. That's what that line of code is doing. And all you would need to do basically is change the level, right? And then the value, this value is what is being added to the level of the tool, right? So at level 2 of the magazine, you're adding 1, right? This is the first item and this is the first item. So remember, the stone axe, when you after you read 2 magazines, you now can, it adds 1 to the level, so now you're crafting level 2, right? After 4 magazines, now you're able to craft level 3, and so on and so on. So in here, all you would need to do is change level, right? Basically override this value and just set it to, say, 2 or 1 or whatever, 2, and just have the value, rather than have all of these, you just set it to 5, which adds 5 right away. And that just skips all of the intermediate values. I don't know if you add a new line to this. I don't know what happens. I don't know if this is where the UI comes from, right? Because when you open up in the UI of the game, the little hammer icon, and you click on harvesting tools, it actually shows you down on the panel, like, the tools and the level and the next level. I don't know if that is generated from this or if it's some other way. So that's why I didn't add another level. So that's something you can probably experiment with, is just adding a new line and just adding your own thing to make it directly craftable. Not sure how that would happen, or not sure how that would work. But yeah, this is what controls the actual crafting tier of all of the things, right? Salvage tools and all that kind of stuff. So you can tweak. The level is the level of magazines, basically the number of magazines that you have in there. And then the value is what is being added to the base, the base quality of 1. 1 plus whatever is in there. And that's how that system works. Hopefully that made sense. Hopefully. Okay, back to this. Rebuild push connections. Now, we want to, we cleared the push connection here. And yeah, we've freed up this memory. If push connection is not equal null, and push connections dot count is greater than 0. So if it is null, or if the count is equal to 0, well, no, I don't want to do this. I don't know what happens if you try to clear a list of length 0, but probably find out. If it crashes hard, then then I know. Yeah, if it's null, then just new it. All right, now for each block position P in pipe network. So now we're iterating through all of the connections, all of the block positions that have insert nodes. This is what this is. Block position array of all pipes in this network that have an insert connection. Right? That's what that is. Block position array of all pipes in this network that have an insert connection. So does it matter Yeah, we're going to need the face for each block position in pipe network. BE pipe base BEP equals world.block_accessor.get block entity of P as BE pipe base. If BEP equals null, continue. Another sanity check. Dan, thanks for coming by. Glad I could help. I'm always available for help. Okay, so it's kind of my job. Doesn't pay well, but I enjoy helping people learn. So now we need to iterate through, because the block connection or the pipe connection, let's look at that object again. His extraction is, I don't think it's going to be valid. I need to take another quick bio break. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I think this is extraction is probably not needed because the pipe connections are okay. So the facing, so I think the block position is, yeah, the block position is the block position that it's connected to, not the block position of the pipe itself. And then the facing is what face of the pipe that's actually connected to. So when I'm looking at a block position, let's say the insert node is on the north side. So the block facing is actually the north. But the block position isn't the pipe, it's the actual north, it's the block position of the actual thing that it's connected to. Which it allows me to iterate through the list and not have to go out and grab, the face, and then it's just makes it faster. So the validation of whether or not it can connect is already taken care of. The fact that there's an insert, I just have to assume the insert is valid, and I have to grab that position. So this is the block entity of the pipe, right? Now, for int f equals 0, f is less than 6, f plus plus, if BEP dot insertion sides of f right, because I know I wouldn't pass the block position in unless it had an insert. Only insertions are giving in. So I know at least one of these faces has to have an insert for every block position. It's not valid if there's a block position I pass in and it doesn't have an insert, because it's like they would all have an insert. It's just which is it? Like, what is the insert? And that dictates the face that I'm on, the F that I'm iterating through. That's the face, and that dictates the block position. So, if that has an insert, then I know to add that connection. Now, obviously, if there's multiple inserts in a single block position, that would be multiple connections that I would have to, add to this list, which is why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. So, push connections dot add new pipe connection block position would be p dot add copy of convert index to face of F okay well, why don't I just call this once block facing equals convert index to face, right? Because it's already an insertion side. I'm passing that index, converting it to a face, a block facing, right? Just so I don't want to call this many times. It's fine. So the pipe connection, the block position is the block position I'm given with the face direction, so facing, right? And then the facing itself is the next thing. And then the distance would be int dist equals p dot Manhattan distance to p dot add copy of facing. Okay, and then the distance would go in here like that. So this is adding a new pipe connection with the block position as the block we're looking at, which is the face. So if it's north, I'm adding towards the north. So this is all sort of done for us with the block position dot add copy, right? I'm adding that to the north. That is the position. And the face is north. I'm saving that face. There's a direction of north. And then the distance I'm calculating as the Manhattan distance between the block position P dot, this is actually position. This is our position, the Manhattan distance from our position to what we're looking at, right? So, this could be 0. Because if the single block that we're looking at has an extraction node and an insert node, then it would be 0. The distance would be 0. Hopefully, yeah, that should be fine. Because it's taking the absolute value of both x values and subtracting them and blah, blah, blah. So that statement can equal 0. Yeah, method absolute. So you take it, you subtract the x's, you subtract the y's, you subtract the z's. If these are all equal, then this is 0, this is 0, this is 0. It's going to return 0 as the Manhattan distance, which is fine. I don't care. That is actually accurate. But we are calculating the distance once and then saving that as the connection. That, I think, is good. And we're doing that for every face that is valid on an insertion face for every block position that we pass in, which covers all of the bases. If you, let's say you have a ring of chests. So you have 4 chests around a long pipe network. And so you have 4 inserts for every block position that you're going. The extraction node would basically, all of those inserts would be separate block connect or pipe connections, and it would just go one at a time and do that. So here we have pipe push connections dot add new pipe connections, and then after we get all the way done, we want to push connections dot sort I can't remember how to do this. I can't remember how to do this. Dot sort. I want to sort it. I don't do this often enough to remember how to do it. I compare if I do list sort, let's just see if I can find just a quick and dirty example here. Why do these have to be so insane? Yeah, I don't, why is, it's like a custom object, and he builds a custom class with IEquatable, IComparable. Like, just show me how to sort a list. Oh my god, that was bright. I was not ready for that. Stupid Stack Overflow. You need a dark mode. Crying out loud. List order. Order by descending. Push connections. I don't. Why does nobody use dot sort? Ah. There it is. I think I found it. X dot distance dot compare to Y dot distance. No idea if this is ascending or descending. Anybody out there know? I mean, I knew the syntax was relatively straightforward, but again, like this is sort of a black box. Like I have no idea. Compares distance dot compare to. I mean, it's just a long. No, it's an int, so that's fine. Compares this instance with relative values. Less than 0 is in instance is less than value. 0 is equal, and instance is greater than. So, I don't know if that's if you need to descending. Swap X and Y on the right hand side of the arrow. Oh, so then it would be Y dot distance dot compare to X dot distance. Okay. So that would be descending, which I don't want. I want it ascending. Because the default behavior of the extraction nodes is nearest first. So that would be, the first item in the array basically is be good. Do this with link and it to. Oh my god, these are some old god. Yeah, that the answer that I just used, like literally from like I don't know. Where's the actual date of post? I mean, it was answered in 2010. That's how far back that goes. It works still. That's good. And it's relatively simple, which is really nice. So that's good. But I don't want to. Do. Everybody uses like .order by. And it's like, but you don't need to do that. Get ordered. Yeah. Wow, that is a long answer. There's so many posts in here. Like everybody has a slightly different answer, and I'm of the mind like keep it simple. The KISS methodology. Keep it simple, stupid. Hopefully this is good to go. Okay. I should, if push connections is unequal null and push so dot count is greater than 0. Because I know that I would run into some shenanigans trying to sort a list that was empty. That would probably not be a good idea. Let's make count greater than 1. Obviously, if there's just one item in there, we don't need to sort it. So if it's greater than 1, then sort it. Otherwise don't. Otherwise, it's fine. Okay, that kind of takes care, I think, of that first. Basically, the first use case, right? We place if we follow the execution path of placing one pipe, the very first pipe we ever place in the world, right? That's kind of where I start. So you place a single pipe, the very first one. This comes in here. It marks the pipe dirty. This call here goes and detects and checks, builds the shape, does all of the things, and then obviously resyncs it with the client. Then we grab the manager, and then we pass in here on pipe block placed. Remember, we already have detected all of the valid connections when we place the block. So all of the connections are there, but the ID is still 0. So then we come in here, we grab again, we have the position. So we grab the block entity. Remember, now we're in the pipe network manager, which is a completely separate mod. We have the block itself, the instance of whatever block that is. Then we come in here and we say, all right, let's check every face of that brand new block. And if we have connections and the connection side is only pipe to pipe connections, right? If we have those connections, then we need to process the other entity, and we need to look at the network ID, and basically the very first block we hit will have 0 pipe to pipe connections. So none of this is actually going to be run, right? None of it is going to be run. But we might have insertion connections in the block that we just placed, but we shouldn't have any pipe to pipe connections because it's the very first block. So this might be true. So pipe connections will equal 0, the very first block you place. The pipe networks is basically instantiated. It creates a new network, a new pipe network. It adds this node to that brand new pipe network, and then increments the next network ID. And this is actually saved to disk. So as a world develops, the ID will just increment, and it's a long. So if a server ever hit the max network ID, they are going to have more problems because it's like 9 quintillion is the max value there. So I'm not worried about it. It would literally take several human lifetimes to get up to that number. So we add the pipe to the new network, we increment the next network ID, and then we come down here, and if it has any inserts, which it might, we mark the network dirty. And this is true regardless if it's the first pipe or any other pipe, because remember, we just placed it. So its push connections list is empty. And if it just has an insert node, then the mark network dirty really doesn't do much. Right? So the very first time we come through here, let's assume that it has an insert node, like we place it next to a chest. So it has an insert node. It's going to mark that network dirty. We're going to come in here and we're going to say, okay, the network is marked dirty. We iterate through all the positions, which there is only one, right? We grab that position and we grab the block entity again and we say, hey, is num insertion connections greater than 0? If it is, add it to this list. And then again, it would just be one pipe, one insertion connection. That would be it. It would be done. It would come through there. There wouldn't be an extract. It would be done. Then it would hit this and it would say, I don't have any extraction position. Skip it. I don't need to do anything because there's no actual extraction connections. So it would just skip this altogether. Copies the elements to a new array. Yeah. So, it wouldn't even call this because there'd be no extraction connection. But our ID would be set. I think that is done in this. No, we need to set the ID us. Okay, this is the ID that's set, but it wouldn't be set because connection size would be nothing. So our ID in this example is not set yet. So we need to actually set the ID. I may be able to do that in add pipe. Let's go to add pipe and see what that does. Yes. Add pipe position. If it doesn't contain the position, which if it did, it would be a problem if this was true. It adds the position. It grabs the block entity and it sets the network ID to the network, to the ID of the network. I need to specify sets the network ID for the pipes block entity at position. World accessor. Oh, the wrists are getting sore. Yeah. So this sets the ID. Okay, so that kind of takes care of the very first pipe you place. This is kind of how I logically think through this to see if I miss anything obvious. Yeah, we come through here, pipe network comes through here. We skip this, which backs out back to here. We cut out of this. We back out to the pipe, and we come through here and finish whatever base game stuff we need to do, which typically it just iterates through any behaviors and it manages that. Okay, so that's the very first pipe that generates the network, increments the network ID. All right. Now, as an exercise, let's go through the second pipe you place next to the first. In that scenario, you place a pipe next to the one you just placed. It's a brand new one. Again, on block placed. The new pipe that you place connects itself to the first automatically in that mark pipe dirty. It connects itself, comes in here, grabs the manager, and then calls this again. So now we're in here again, coming in through here. Now we're looking at our connections, and we have a connection. Let's just, for ease sake, say it's on the north side, which is the first one it hits. So the connection side of 0 is actually true, which is the north side. So now we have a connection. Remember, our network ID, we're brand new, so our network ID is 0. So now we look at the other block, the face that we're looking at, which is the connection side of the north is the connection side. So we grab that block entity, right, which is them, and I need to if them equals null continue as a sanity check. So we grab that block entity, which is, let's just assume it's a pipe. We grab that one and say we are connected to that. So we increment pipe connections. This is true. Our network ID is 0. So then we look at their network ID and we set our network ID equal to that network ID. So now we have our network ID set from the very first one. And now, because I know the network ID exists, now I add the new pipe that we are, I add the new pipe to the network that exists. So pipe connections is now greater than 1 or greater than 0. And it doesn't really matter if we have insertion sides. Let's just assume we don't. So now pipe connections is greater than 0. So this is not true. And inserts is not true. If we don't have any inserts, we don't need to mark the pipe dirty because it doesn't matter. But we've already added the pipe to the network, so we don't need to do anything like that. And if there's connections, it doesn't matter how many connections there are. If there are, don't worry about it. So that, we wouldn't do mark network dirty there. We bomb back out. And that would be directly back to the block here. And then, so yeah, that should propagate the pipe network as you place pipes. By far the easiest logic problem of the whole thing, right? Now that we have that workflow done, basically as you build the pipes out, each new pipe inherits the network ID of the pipe that it's next to. I can't test this in the game yet because I have no way to reset the world, and I really don't want to corrupt any block entities or anything. So I have to sort of logically step through this and then get it, once I have all of the individual pieces done, then I can load it up in game and, test it line by line and just ensure that my logic is right. Okay, so that's placing blocks. Now the challenge is what happens when you remove a block, which is very similar in execution. On block broken. Now we're breaking a block. So this is calling the network manager and saying, hey, there's a block that's broken at this position, which we inherit. So I'm not caring about the block itself here. This is just for the network. So we go into the network manager and we go to on block broken. So now what do we do? First, we need to grab I don't think the block actually disappears until this is called. Let's verify that. Come on, give me an actual block. There it is. Okay, yes. This call is actually what gets the drops everything, and then this last thing here actually sets the block. Right? Set block 0. 0 is error. The block ID, 0 is error at the position. So the base call is what actually removes the block. I don't know. I think set block world.block accessor that set block. This I don't know what eliminates the entity. Okay, so the entity class gets called. It'd be so nice if this was done in an interface. But yeah, entity is that just goes through behaviors. I don't know exactly. It might be set block. World gen. Not implement. Okay. Block accessor read lock free. I don't know what. Interesting. It's not overridden by. I'm just kind of curious, like what creates or destroys. If you set it to 0, obviously the block entity associated with that has to be eliminated. Why is there so many block accessors? Movable? I think movable was block accessor movable is the many dimensions. I don't know what caching is used for. Relaxed. The set block internal is called a lot. Block ID equals 0. Mark chunk dirty. Not 100% sure at what point in the chain the block entity is eliminated. Because when I call this unblock broken and I'm popping into here, I need to grab BE pipe base BEP equals world.block accessor get block entity position as BE pipe base. Do I need at all to grab the block? I don't think so. If BEP equals null, God, stop assuming shit. Unless I hit enter, game or Visual Studio, like, don't assume so much. Return. I don't know why is that red? I didn't know. Why is that red? Why is that red? I have no idea why that's red. This right here is red. I have no idea why. There's literally no indication as to why that's highlighted red right there. Anyway. Now we need for int f equals 0, f is less than 6, f plus plus. If BEP dot connection sides of f int pipe cons equals 0, pipe cons plus plus. Okay. This checks the block that we're breaking, all of the pipe connections around it. Int pipe inserts equals 0. If BEP dot insert size of f. Okay. So that, well, no, I don't actually need to do that. Num pipe inserts, I don't need to count them. I should be able to do BEP dot num insertion connection. I honestly don't need to do that either because reasons. But just so my brain doesn't implode here. So we're going to iterate through the faces and see how many different connections we have. Now, if, see, I did it again. If pipe cons equals 0, else if pipe cons equals 1, that's actually right. Else. So if it's 0, do one thing. If it's 1, do something. Now, do these matter? Do these pipe connections mean like, yeah, pipe connections 0 mean it's a lone pipe out in the middle of nowhere. So I want a long net ID equals BEP.network ID. Right? Just, it's nice to have these kinds of things because it's a lot easier to debug. Because you can just mouse over things and see what the value is. So if pipe connections equals 0, that means there's literally, it's a pipe out in the middle of nowhere and it's been broken. But it is still a network. So we want to pipe networks dot remove of the network ID. Okay. Literally removing the network ID straight up. Do not pass go, just remove it. Now I'm hoping that frees up. I could do like pipe networks of net ID. Stop doing that. Dot I could remove it first. I don't know. I don't honestly don't think it would cause a memory leak. Because removing this automatically removes the network, which should free up all the memory. Let me know if you have experience that says otherwise. But removing the node from the network first might not be needed. And we'll see if there's a memory leak down here once we test it. All right. So if pipe connections equals 1, that means it's a node on a side, right? It only has one connection into the network, which means we don't have to really split the network. We don't have to really worry about it. We can just pop that node off the end of the network. And yeah, so pipe networks of net id dot remove pipe position world like that, and if pipe inserts is greater than 0, pipe networks dot of net id dot mark network dirty with the world. Right? If the block that we're removing has an insert node, we actually need to remove that from all of the pipes that are connected to it. Or is there a faster way of doing this? Because if there's more than one insert in this node, that would mean there's more than one pipe connection in the list with this block position. And pipe inserts greater than 0. If we mark the whole network dirty, it iterates through all of the extraction nodes. First of all, it grabs all of the insertion nodes. And then it goes through and redoes the extraction nodes. But only for the extraction nodes. Well, let me look at that again. Yeah, it iterates through all of the connections. Yeah, so it iterates through all the positions. And then it iterates through all the extraction positions. So it might, there might be some lag. Is there an easier way to do this? Or is there a more efficient way? What I could do is create a little list of all of the insertion nodes that we're removing, and then remove just those nodes from the lists in the entity, in the pipe base entity, and not have to rebuild the whole thing. Right now, I think rebuilding the whole thing is fine for testing and initial stuff. It would only be a real problem if there were hundreds or thousands of pipes in a network. That was the only. Would be the only thing that would cause problems. So the extreme ends of the stress test is where you would have an issue. Yeah. Oh, man. I just don't know how fast that was going to be. Because if we're trimming, let's say we have 100 pipes in a line with a whole bunch of various connections, inserts and extracts all the way down the line. In a situation like that, both adding or removing a block or a pipe on the end of that could be problematic. Like adding a pipe to the end of 100 pipes in a line, and if that new pipe has an insertion node, then all of the extraction nodes would have to be informed of that. But there might be a better way of doing it with directly editing the change, right? Just passing in the change to all the blocks would be a monumental savings. Because I already know the block that I either place or break, I have a finite number of things that I know about that. So this end case, right? This is strictly for one that is on the end of the node, right? It only has one connection into the network. When you break that, you're only breaking the nodes, like any insert nodes that block that you broke has. Those nodes need to be removed from all the extraction nodes. But only those nodes. All of the other nodes haven't changed. It's only those that need to be changed. So I think the block entity here, we could add a couple public virtual void. Let's see. Trying to think of how to do this. Alter connection. Alter push connections. Pass in iWorld accessor world as is usual. Block position. I don't want to do this. Yeah, so the rebuild does the whole enchilada, right? The whole network. But if I'm just removing one block on the end, or really anywhere, I think I can get away with just alter bool is remove equals false. Okay. So rather than having a remove function and then another add function, I can just do both in one and just use a Boolean to say, hey, am I removing it or am I adding it? So alter push connections is based around the block position. This is the block position that has changed. So alter the push connection list. Alter the push connection list. Strictly based on the given block position. Block position either added or removed. Is removed. True if removing push connections. Otherwise false. Okay. So now, this is why there's so much documentation in this, because I always make sure, I have this value. So now you can like mouse over the parameter and it gives you the values. This is I love this. So in this case, alter push connections. I can go back to the manager and say pipe inserts is greater than. So rather than mark it dirty, which would rebuild the whole enchilada, right? Which really wouldn't be needed. Now I could, in the network, on the remove pipe, well, do I want to, let's see, add pipe, validate network, mark pipe dirty. I already know I have a finite amount of changes to make. If this connection has inserts. What do I want to handle? Because I basically need to go through. First of all, I need a list of all the inserts. No. How do I want to do this? Because when it comes to, like, if pipe connections is not 0 or 1, which means it's 2 or more, that means other shenanigans have to ensue. I'm literally splitting the network. But if it's just 1, that means it's just a tailing edge. So there's a little less stuff I need to worry about here. So in the network itself, which is all the block positions of the network, that would be an easier way we can do a public void update let's do quick update network. What are I want to do my world accessor world. Block position altered. Bool is remove equals false. Because this will be able to iterate through and kind of, it'll just bounce all of the information to all of the block entities in the network. The network manager picks that up. Num inserts greater than 0, which means pipe networks of netid dot quick update network world position true, because we are removing, right? This is in the remove pipe, and we can alter up here pipe connections. Has inserts. Well, I'll think about that in a second. So this quick update network, we're passing in the position and whether it's a remove, right? Is remove is true. Because the pipe connection is just as one. So it's a nub and we're removing it. We've already removed the pipe from the network itself. So at worst, there's going to be one pipe left, right? So because if the pipe connection is equals 0, which means it's the only pipe in the network, then we just remove it. But if there is a single connection, that means it could be 2 pipes side by side, and we're removing one. So we remove that one from the list, we remove that pipe. Now there's just one pipe, right? There's just one pipe at worst, right? One pipe, or it could be 1,000 pipes. Doesn't matter. But it's either one or more than one. So then we pass in to the network to quick update the network, because we're on an end node. It's a super simple, just trimming the connections, because there were inserts to worry about. If there's no inserts, doesn't really matter. We remove the pipe from the network and then it doesn't matter. There's no inserts. The extraction nodes automatically detect the block broken event, and they will spits out any inventory that are in there. So in here, quick update network, we need a list. The problem is the block position, the pipe connection of each individual extraction node, the distance calculation is going to be different, right? So we're passing in the block we're removing. Now we need to iterate through for each block position POS in don't even know, pipe block positions. PE pipe base, PEP. Sanity check. Always do the sanity check. No ref or brutal. Block position in pipe block position. So now we're going to iterate through. Remember, pipe block positions could be one pipe, could be 1,000 pipes. Doesn't matter. We're grabbing that position. We're grabbing the entity. The first thing we need, how are we going to do this? Now we need a fast way for the entity for this alter push connections, right? So now we need bep.alter push connections. We're passing in the world. We're passing in altered, and we're passing in is removed. We're iterating through. So I know this is kind of a weird superfluous step, but the network itself is the thing that's aware of all the block positions. Once we have that, we then can pass and call that alter push connection to all of the pipes in the network, and we're just passing on the values that we got. Right? I don't really need to do anything else here because now we're going to be in the block entity. So now we can pop in here, and now we've achieved circuitously. We've achieved this in here. So now we want, for one, we have the block position altered. Remember, now the block position is different from us because while we're in here, we are the block that's being informed of the change, right? The position was removed. So now we need to look at any insertion nodes in that connection or in that block. We need to grab any insertion nodes out of that. And the pipe we need to build a pipe connection list and then remove. Oh, is there a way? Should I? No, there's not really a way to do that because each insert node. It would be nice just to remove all instances of a pipe connection that have that position. But remember, the position here is not the pipe, it's the block it's pointing to. It's for a direct interaction. So we are going to, why am I way up here? Jesus. Alter push connections. So we need to grab BE pipe base all altered pipe equals shoot. I'm really hoping. Yeah. Altered pipe equals world.block accessor dot get block entity at altered if altered pipe for in int f equals 0, f is less than 6, f plus plus. I don't know. Wow, I've literally never done plus plus f, and that was what it. That's what it recommended to me. I've never done a for loop like that. Okay, so now we need to iterate through if altered sides or insert sides of f, right? If altered pipe dot insert sides of f in that direction, we need to generate. Well, yeah, okay. Let's do. I need to remove the connection to this. God, is there a way? Would there be a way of just removing all connections using a block position? I would have to add another block position object to the pipe connection system. It'd be so much easier to be able to do that. Just remove what would be the best way to do that? Because this is really janky trying to rebuild the connection just to remove it, right? That's all I'm doing is I'm figuring out which block position to remove. But the problem is, what if you have a pipe that has more than one connection? Right? If you have let's say you have pipes going around a machine and there are 3 different like insertion connections, and you remove one of those right at the end. It removes that insert, but it doesn't remove the other insert, which is pointing to the same block. The only difference there is the distance would be different. Because all 3 of those combined, right, you have the block position of the block it's pointing to, and you have the face of the pipe that it's connected to, and you have the distance. All 3 of those is a unique entry, right? All 3 of those are unique for every entry. But there could be repeats, right? It's very possible, most likely, that multiple pipe connections will have the same face. It's even possible that they'll even point to the same block ID or block position. But you won't have a pipe with a connection with the same block position and the same face with the same distance, right? They're mutually exclusive. But in order to actually determine that, I have to rebuild the connection, which sucks. Because now I can do pipe connection con equals new pipe connection. And now we have altered dot add copy of convert index to face of f. I got a bizarre friend request from a name I can't make out. Okay, so that's the connection specific to that side. If is remove push connections dot remove con. Else push connections dot add on con. I probably want to do a copy function. Here. Because I add the con. Well, I guess I don't, because it's new. It's newing it every time, so this will have the reference to memory of the connection itself. And then the next time I go through, it'll do another new. So the old con should remain theoretically. Okay. So that should be this. It should calculate the same distance. It's the same face. It's the same position. The pipe connections should match. And then is remove, then we'll remove it. If we add it, we add it. And we iterate through all of the faces of the insertion side. And remember, this is being run for every only if there's extraction. Well, yeah, only if there's extraction connections at the location in the network do we want to alter it. Because if there's no extraction connections, it doesn't matter. The array, the push connections will not even be initialized. Oh my god, how did that happen? Yeah. So I'm passing in the altered block. Okay. So only on extraction connections, and then if is remove if push connections does not equal null and push connections dot count is greater than 0. Do you want to do that? As a sanity check, I just want to make sure I don't crash hard, because that would scramble the save game. And then if push connections equals null, push connections equals new pipe connections. We're not even close to done with this, by the way. because right now this push connections list is not being saved to disk. So yeah, it's not being saved. Plus, I think I caught a bug in here earlier because when I save out the network, right, it's a dictionary of pipe network to ID, and then I serialize just the values, which is, I think, just a list. Dictionary long pipe network dot value collection dot values. It's a collection. Value collection. Like, can I just do this? Yeah. If there's no networks, I just give a generic single byte array, and then I detect if it's greater than 1. So if it's 1, that means there's nothing to load. So don't try to deserialize nothingness. But yeah, this was the problem. I was deserializing the dictionary, but I was serializing the values, which I think would have, once I had a network, it would have been very, very disappointed. It would have not worked. It would have been very angry at me if I would have tried to do that. Hopefully, serializing a dictionary is okay into bytes. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe. It's a generic, I mean, it's a base.NET generic, so it should maybe possibly work on that. So I knew I needed to fix that. That would have been catastrophic. So one of the things that I know, we're not right now saving this. Should we save this? Should maybe. I try my best. If we saved each list for each block position, then we wouldn't have to rebuild it when it loads. Otherwise, we're going to have to rebuild it. Which is, oh man. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad on world load because there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes there. But the problem with that is we don't necessarily have everything initialized yet when we do load it. So like there's no, well, maybe it would work. Because the world access, this is why all those functions I did have world in there, because yeah, it's kind of important. Yeah, is this all I need to do here? Iterate through the insertion side. Generate the connection. If it's remove the connection. If it's not remove, add the connection. I mean, it's a fast way of manipulating the list without massive iteration through all the block positions and just the crazy shenanigans that would have. Yeah, I hear you, Cat. Yeah, I see you too. No. Not provided the budget of chin scritches that she requires every. There is a definite quota of chin scritches.
Hasn't met the quota.
Yeah. All right. All right. Go back here. Or no, here. Okay. Um. There's a way to do it in here. I have a purring cat in my lap. She's a super strong distraction. Pipe connection is equal to 0. I think I can do. So if it's 1 and it has inserts, I could. Yeah. So if we merge networks, in that case, we're definitely going to have to rebuild the whole enchilada because it's just too many. Which is why I did it right at the end. The mark network dirty. So, in that case, pipe connections will be if it is 0, it's the only block. Generate a new network. It's the only place a new network is generated. If we have one connection and we have inserts on the new connection, right? Yeah. If we have one connection and we have inserts, which means it's tacked on to the end of a pipe network, basically this up here. Network ID was 0, connect it, and then bounce out. So if we have an insert and we only have one pipe connection, then do a quick update. Because it's tacked on to the end, I can just do a quick update. But if we have more than one connection, meaning we had a merge network event, and we have it has inserts, which will always be true if we merge network, right? That will always be true. Then just rebuild everything because we just have to do it that way. There's no other way around it. Because the number of different changes and connections and like the amount of different data would be just too extreme. We have to rebuild it. So that yeah. We just iterate through the whole network again, rebuild it from scratch. So something could be said for limiting how many things is run in here, but I want to worry about that later. We need to ensure that some of those basically anti-griefing stuff is later. I hate that we have to do that stuff, but people be people, and you'll get assholes that they're like, I'm going to break the server. I mean, there are literally YouTube channels of people doing that. It's so stupid. I don't think I need this. Join network. Yeah. Don't think I need that. I already have the merge network here. Oh yeah, we haven't even gotten into so much to this. Yeah, we still haven't even finished this off. So yeah, if we only have one connection and we have inserts, then quick update the network. If we're down here, that means pipe connections was greater than 1, which means we need to split the network. Okay, splitting the network at the position. Okay. That routine is going to be pretty rough. But I did something very similar. I'm trying to talk less because the cat will jump off my lap if I talk too much. The electric network manager has a split network. And then this is literally like this loop here iterates through the nodes and kind of rebuilds the system, the network on each side. So yeah, very much akin to what this is going to do. So it's like we're doing a wire node check, but in this instance it'll be block position to check all of the block positions of all the pipes when you split a network. And then by the time you get to the end, one list has one side of the nodes, and then you have the original network, right, on the other side. And so if the nodes on one side include the other side, that means they're connected somewhere else. And then we don't have to split the network, which is why this little thing exists. And then we just iterate through and remove the nodes that we need to remove. And then create the network with the other side. Okay. Just kind of looking at this here a while. So I have. Funny, have you ever looked at code you wrote and you're like, how did I figure this out? It works. It
Look
works.
at it and you start getting confused.
Yeah, I'm like, how did I figure this out? I literally wrote this code like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Actually more than that now. I mean, it's been maybe 8 months. I wrote all this. Yeah, I started it in depth in the electrical network at some point in September last year when I started it in earnest. Because you have to be careful when you're iterating through a list. You can't alter the list while you're iterating through it. That's the limitation of this. Right? So this is why I have 2 separate lists. Because this nodes to process, I can't alter that list while I'm iterating through it, right? The enumerator that bounces to the items is predicated on the number of items in there. And if you're dynamically changing the items, right, the whole thing gets all scrambled, and you'll literally get a compiler error if you try to alter a list while you're inside of it. So this is why the nodes to process here is being cleared and changed out here, right? And then coming in here and going, all right, let's do it again. And the nodes to add is reinitialized because we're dynamically adding it. So it's building and building and building and building as you go in the direction that you're going, one block at a time. And it has to loop back through and keep track of everything and make sure it's not duplicating nodes. So it's the algorithm, this is essentially an algorithm, and it spiders through the network, and it's because it doesn't initially know exactly what nodes connect to where, so it has to figure all that out. This was a really fun piece of code to write. Yeah, fun times. Yeah, I'm sure I could figure it out. So the split network for the manager here is going to take this position and it's going to be like, all right, I want to grab all the information I can off of this position. Because this could be more than one branch, depending on all of the connection nodes, right? So, worst case scenario, or most case scenario, it's a pipe that has all 6 sides going in use, right? All 6 sides are connected to other pipes. And then you break that pipe. So all 6 sides go to separate, unconnected branches of a network. That is the worst case scenario, right? When you're looking at test cases, that case is what happens, right, when you break a pipe that has all 6 sides connected to different networks, that they themselves are individual networks. And then if you can get that case working, then every other case works. literally every case would work because that is the worst case scenario. So yeah, the purpose is figuring out how to get that working. So you do it a face at a time. This is how I did it at the electrical network. Every face, right? When you break a connection, it's splitting the first network out, splitting that one all out. Then it's going to the next one and splitting all of that one out, and going to the next one and splitting all of that one out. So the same sort of thing would be done here. I'm not going to be tackling these giant. I mean, merge networks would actually be pretty easy. It's actually dead easy compared to splitting networks. And then this is just the hybrid. This pipe connection override is sort of a unique or special case version of either one of these, because this is when you shift right click and you manually override a connection. This is what's going to be called. Right? I already did that earlier on the stream. And you're either disconnecting it or you're reconnecting. So it's either a connection or it's a split. It's either a merge or a split when you do that. And only if it is a connection side. Which I don't know how to figure that out. Shape-wise and client-wise, it's easy, but yeah, I'm gonna have to. That's gonna be a mind bender to think about. Such a really specific use case, swapping those connections back and forth, and it has to be done in a way that's not going to cripple a server too. So it's rough. So split network has the potential to drag down server performance. So we got to be mindful of that. Maybe figure out a way later on to help with that. But Blue Lightning might be able to poke at that a little bit. Yeah, there's a reason why he's so good, so fast. He works on a team at Google working on some product that they make like crazy. But yeah, I think pipe connection override. I mean, that is a pretty far way into pipe networks. If we have an insert node and have merged networks, yeah, I don't think there's any way around rebuilding it. One other variable I want on my network, protected bool is sleeping. Okay. So the use case, the potential grift is, how do you limit the number of operations for every tick? God, there's my keyboard is covered in cat hair. It's just covered. So if you have 10,000 pipes in a network, which is kind of insane, but if you have that, and you break a block in the middle, and you have 5,000 blocks on either side, how then do you prevent the server from dying, having to iterate through and update all those blocks, right? How do you prevent that? And the only way to prevent griefing on that scale is to limit the number of operations you're doing in any given tick. And so how do you do that and prevent the problem of a basically, if you're splitting the network in half, how do you prevent an extraction node on one side of the network to insert on the other side of the network that is now separated? Because the tick listeners, you're not guaranteed to have things running on the same thread. So the client is rendering stuff, it's getting updated stuff, it's not doing any of the simulation. Only the server is going to have that. But even on the server side, you want to prevent updates, you want to prevent the extraction node ticks from triggering if you're in the middle of rebuilding the network, right? If the network is dirty and you're having to recalculate all of that stuff, you don't want items or fluid or anything moving in that brief amount of time, even though it might be maybe a second or two. You still don't want any weird corruption things moving. So putting the network to sleep would indicate like, hey, we are in the middle of some serious updates. Go to sleep. And then the update tick would detect that and say, if it's sleeping, don't even bother doing anything, right? And that's a relatively easy thing to do. And then we don't need to save this variable to disk, because when it loads the network, it wouldn't be sleeping initially anyway. I don't know. There is a possible problem with the timing. Let's say somebody breaks a block and immediately quits the game, like within a second. What happens? Those severe edge cases, I'm not going to necessarily worry about, because if somebody is purposefully trying to do that and break the system, then they are welcome to code a fix for that. But I don't know how to override. How do you override the player from quitting the game? Is it even possible to just say, hey, wait a second, let me finish my process, and then you can quit? I don't know how to do that. So if you're purposefully trying to break stuff, then good for you, right? Good on you for finding an edge case on doing that. So I'm not going to necessarily worry about that. But if a network is asleep, it's just not going to process. And the problem there is permanently sleeping. That would be a problem. But since we are not saving this, when it loads from disk, it will default to false anyway. So a server restart would reset that value anyway if it gets corrupted. And we may end up having to run validate network when we load from disk. It may have to happen just to validate everything is what it, where it should be. Ideally, we would be able to split the network in one shot. But realistically, in the extremes of having kind of crazy amounts of blocks to iterate through, that would be rough. The only real fix for that in the network would be another list specifically for the extraction node block positions. nodes, the only nodes that have to be updated on a change, rather than iterate through all of the block positions. Only the ones that have extraction nodes, or maybe even insertion nodes. Only the ones that have, nodes that matter, have a list of those rather than all the list. So that is a possible way of improving that, but I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's really needed. But anyway, well, we made some progress today. It may not feel like it, but we made some progress. We've got the some of the fundamental foundational things done for networks. There's still a lot of work to do on these, right? And then figuring out how to do the manual override things. But, even if we're manually overriding, even if we're manually overriding an insertion connection, that is a pretty straightforward thing just to update the extraction nodes by building the insertion connection, like the pipe connection, and just removing that from the network, right? It'd be a pretty straightforward thing. May have to have another function other than this, or I may have to alter this in some way. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, that's going to do it for this stream. And I hope everybody at least learned a little bit here and there. Come back on Saturday where we're going to continue our 7 Days to Die stream and game. And yeah, it's just, I think they should rename the game to magazine subscriptions. Just magazines. That's the game now. How many magazines can you get in a short amount of time? That's essentially what the game has turned into. That's the only way to progress. Literally the only way to progress in the game is just bulk amounts of magazines. So yeah, come back for that. And hopefully we'll continue. I may end up knocking down the zombies per player value because even the second Blood Moon that we got, we had server lag. I don't know if everybody else felt it, but I definitely felt it. I definitely saw it.
Oh yeah, for me the zombies were constantly jittering.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna have to knock that value down to like 4 because it's 8 now. Zombies alive per player is actually set to 8 for Blood Moons. So cutting that in half would make, if we played it with 4 people again, that would be 16 zombies versus 32 zombies alive. It makes the game much easier. Like much easier. And it also makes it harder to get through a Blood Moon and get to yeah. Because you're not killing as many zombies. And who knows? We'll see. It would be the only time playing the game that I've ever altered that value. But already having lag does not bode well for the late game.
Yeah.
It is not a good sign that we're already having problems with performance for the server. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe they'll have a game update or two in the next few weeks that starts tackling those problems, but I doubt it. Anyway, thank you all for coming by. Hope to see you back here on Saturday, where we will be killing some zombies. And yeah, hope everybody has a great week. And to all the freedom lovers out there, 4th of July, happy 4th of July coming up. So enjoy that, and yeah, have a good week.